This is the unabridged recording of The Whole Story, Blair Brothers Book 3, by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. Max Blair. Early June, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Baseball. There was a certain feeling and even a smell that went with it. A combination of things. Sunshine, adrenaline, competition, leather, grass, dirt, chalk, and salty sweat. It didn't matter if Max was home in Oregon or on the other side of the earth. Baseball was baseball, and everything about it felt like home to him. Max had lived and breathed the sport for over a decade of his life. He spent most of his time as an athlete playing shortstop, right in the middle of it all. Max now worked in a lot of different arenas and playing fields. As an agent, he represented athletes who played different sports. He was a competitor, and he enjoyed it all. But walking onto a baseball diamond brought him an undeniable sense of familiarity. Max found a spot on the third baseline that he liked and settled into a stadium seat. He took in a deep breath, filling his lungs with early morning air as he gazed at the field. This particular ballpark was a collegiate field, and it was home to the Arkansas Razorbacks. He glanced at the perimeter of the outfield fence, thinking about how he had always liked that hog mascot. Colton Reed was at the plate. He was a great first baseman, but offensively was where Colton really shined. This season, he had a team-high 40-game hitting streak, and he led the league with a .378 batting average. He was one of the hottest tickets in college baseball, and as of tonight, barring anything wacky and unforeseen, he would sign with the Cincinnati Reds. Max was his agent. Technically, he was his advisor, since he wasn't allowed to call himself Colton's agent at this stage in the game. But for all intents and purposes, he was his agent. It was the first day of the MLB draft, and Max had flown to Arkansas to be with Colton and his family for the occasion. Colton, who had every right to take the day off, was instead taking batting practice. There were 3 guys in the outfield and a cutoff man standing near second base who would relay the ball from the outfielders to the pitcher. Altogether, there were 7 people on the field, and Max smiled absent-mindedly at the fact that Colton had somehow managed to corral 6 other people into an impromptu batting practice at 8 o'clock in the morning. Max knew that going out there had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, because Colton said so when he called Max a half hour ago to invite him to come. Ping! Max heard the metal bat hit the ball, and he knew from the sound of it that it was going deep. He glanced upward and found the ball in the air. It was headed toward the hole in right center, and it was hit hard. He thought it might go over the fence. He watched as the center fielder sprinted toward the ball and dove for it, making an incredible sliding catch where he laid out onto his stomach. Everyone else on the field had been watching, and they all reacted, yelling and laughing. "Don't hurt yourself out there. It's not the World Series," Colton teased the guy by yelling from the batter's box. Then, it sank in to Max that the person who made that catch wasn't a guy at all. He knew something was fishy with that ponytail sticking out of the back of her cap. The same person who had just laid out for a near-miraculous catch had now turned and headed toward her position in center field. And Max knew it was a girl. It wasn't just the fact that she had long hair that gave it away. It was the way she walked, the way she carried herself. She had an athletic stride, but it was undeniably feminine. That catch replayed in his mind. The catch was so well-timed and well-executed that Max smiled as he remembered it. She dove and just barely got the end of her glove under that ball before it hit the grass. It was a beautiful catch, and she had sprung up afterward and thrown the ball to the infield, smiling like it was no big deal. Max watched them for the next half hour, and during that time, the girl in center field made a few more amazing catches. He thought maybe his memory of the first catch was a little skewed, but it wasn't. She was obviously an athlete, and she was definitely comfortable playing baseball. He tried not to pay extra attention to her, but it was almost impossible. There was just something compelling about the graceful, fluid movements of a woman who could play ball. Max speculated about her when he was out there watching them. She had on baseball cleats and an Arkansas t-shirt, so he figured she probably played softball for the Razorbacks. He wondered if she was Colton's girlfriend. There were others on the field who he didn't know or recognize, but none of them were as intriguing as the little firecracker in center field.
2 more pitches and I've got to go to work,
the pitcher yelled from the mound. His name was Sam, and he was Colton's older brother. Max had met him once before. A couple of the others looked familiar too, but he knew Sam was Colton's brother. They were local boys, and Sam had pitched for the Razorbacks in his day. He hadn't gone pro, but he wasn't a bad pitcher. Within a minute, the last play was made and everyone headed in. Max had been sitting in the stadium right behind the third base dugout and got up so that he could walk onto the field to meet Colton. By the time he stepped onto the field, most of the guys had taken off, walking toward the open gate on the other side of the field, where everyone was parked. Colton and 2 others headed toward Max. One of them was the woman who had been playing center field. Max caught up with those 3 on the infield once the others were on their way out. They converged in the middle of the infield, near the back side of the pitcher's mound. It was shallow shortstop, the general area where Max felt so very at home. He tried to always have good posture and hold himself upright, but he found himself checking his shoulders as he approached them. The female was the only one of them with a baseball cap on. It was hard to see details from a distance, but as she came closer, Max began to make out more and more of her face. Her skin was smooth and lightly tanned, and the softly rounded edges of her face were undeniably feminine. Her cheeks were pink from exertion. Max tried not to stare, but they had so suddenly come to stand next to each other that he got caught up looking at her. She had light, greenish-gray eyes framed with dark lashes. She didn't have on a stitch of makeup, and she didn't need it. Max could appreciate a beautiful woman, but he rarely felt physical attraction and urges. This woman, however, was different. She was gorgeous and sweet-looking, but it wasn't just her appearance. He was honestly amazed at what she had just done in the field. All these thoughts happened in the seconds as they approached each other and picked a spot to stand. Max shifted to stare at Colton since that was who he was there to see.
"They all wanted to come over here and meet you," Colton said. "But I didn't know how you felt about being bombarded, so they just went to their cars. They'll all be at my parents' house tonight anyway. I told them they could meet you there."
After college, Max had a whirlwind rookie year with the Los Angeles Dodgers. He played starting shortstop his rookie year on a team that won the World Series. The world was Max's oyster. It was in his very first off-season that Max got into a life-changing boating accident. He sustained so many injuries that he was still recovering physically from it 7 years later. It ended his career in baseball. But a lot of people still remembered his Cinderella rookie year. People knew his name and still got excited to meet him, which came in handy for the work he did as an agent. Colton had been holding a hand out while he spoke, and Max reached out to grab it, greeting him the way male athletes did in a handshake, shoulder bump type of thing.
"They could have come over here,"
Max said.
"You know I don't mind. You excited?"
he added, referring to the draft, obviously.
"Can't wait," Colton said. "I barely slept last night." "Who all did you have with you out there?" "My friends and cousins and stuff,"
Colton said. He gestured to the 2 who had walked up with him.
"This is Story and Bryce." "It is such an honor,"
Bryce said, stepping forward to shake Max's hand.
"Colton told me Max Blair was his agent, and I was like, no way! That's the coolest thing I've ever heard."
Max smiled at him.
"Have you always played catcher?"
he asked. Bryce smiled and nodded.
"Not anymore, but I played tournament ball with Colton when we were growing up. I played a little in JUCO too, but nothing after that. Nothing like Colton and Story."
He gestured to the girl.
"I'm just lucky these 2 let me on the same field as them. Anyway, I'm a huge fan. I told Colton he had to let me come over here and meet you since I won't be at his house tonight."
Bryce smiled at Max like he was waiting for him to respond, but Max was lost in thought. Story? Was that what they were saying her name was? What kind of name was that? Max wished he knew a girl named Story. He suddenly really liked that name. He wondered if it was even her real name or if it was a nickname. Bryce said he didn't belong on the same field as them. Max wondered what he meant by that. All of these thoughts had taken place in a matter of a couple of seconds, and Max smiled and pretended he was still on track with the conversation.
"I appreciate it,"
he said, talking to Bryce.
"I'm glad you came over."
Colton reached out and hugged Bryce. It was a gesture of goodbye.
"Thanks for coming out to catch for me," he said. "Oh, no problem, man. It was fun. I'm glad I could make it. It's been a good minute since I touched my gear. I probably won't be able to walk tomorrow, but no problem."
Everyone was laughing at that as Bryce leaned forward to hug Story. He congratulated Colton and shook Max's hand one more time and said how nice it was to meet him before he walked away.
"I'm starving,"
Colton said as soon as Bryce was out of earshot. "Me too," Story agreed. This caused Max to glance at her. He started to say something about how she had been incredible in center field, but he didn't want to rush it or seem surprised that a girl could do that, so he didn't say anything at all. He hesitated. Max caught himself wanting to impress her, which was a new sensation for him. He didn't want to seem eager, even though he was. She was obviously comfortable with Colton. Max thought it was possible that she was his girlfriend. He felt slightly annoyed by it.
"I figured this one had put on a glove a time or two,"
he said, smiling and doing his best to be unaffected as he reached out to shake Story's hand. "I was just showing off, trying to impress you," Story said. This made Colton laugh heartily and put his arm around her shoulders.
"Don't let her fool you," he said. "You should have seen this catch she made before you even got here. It was going over, but she jumped and robbed me. She played on the national team."
"Yeah, but you hit one over right after that," Story said, blowing past the fact that Colton had just announced that fact about the national team.
"Are you ready to go eat?"
Colton asked, smiling at Max. He and Max had spoken earlier, and they had already planned on eating breakfast together. It came as no surprise to Max that Colton was ready to go.
"Story's coming too," Colton added. "I hope that's okay."
"I hope it's okay too, since I don't have another ride," Story said. Max wanted to joke. He wanted to say something witty, but he couldn't think of anything.
"Sure,"
he said, smiling and nodding.
"Of course she can come. We're parked over here,"
Colton said, gesturing to the gate near right field.
"I parked over there too,"
Max said, starting to walk that way with them.
"I just came over here to watch you from third base since you're a lefty."
Chapter 2. Max. Colton Reed was pumped about the draft, and rightly so. Tonight, he would sign with the Cincinnati Reds as the 8th overall pick of the MLB draft. This was a great accomplishment and an exciting time for him and his family. The three of them talked about it over breakfast at a small local restaurant. They were approached right at first by someone who knew Colton, but otherwise it was a quiet, delicious breakfast spent in good company. Colton and Max talked extensively about the draft itself and about the coaches and administration at his new team in Cincinnati. Colton talked openly in front of the young woman named Story. They also sat on the same side of the booth. They didn't demonstrate any PDA, but the combination of their proximity and their familiarity made Max again have the thought that they were more than friends. He really wished that didn't aggravate him. Story was beautiful, sweet, and funny, and he couldn't shake the memory of the way she looked on the field, the way she ran and threw and dove for the ball. When he went to Colton's batting practice that morning, he never dreamed that he'd find a woman tearing it up out there with the guys. He had dated over the years, but never an athlete. He never thought he'd be interested in a softball player. Not that he was interested in Colton's girlfriend, because he wasn't. It was just a simple truth that she was an attractive young lady. All during breakfast, he tried to ignore just how attractive she was. He directed his comments and attention to Colton. Story was friendly and funny, though, which made it difficult. She also had a no-nonsense way of talking and eating that intrigued Max. She was ladylike, but also bold and unashamed. The woman was hungry after a morning of exertion, and she swiftly and neatly cleaned her plate of all its food. He told himself that he was going to have to get his own softball player sometime. Fayetteville was a nice city, and the restaurant was in the heart of it. It was a charming place to spend the morning. They had been sitting there for over an hour when Story looked down and started fishing around in her purse. It was on the bench between her and Colton glanced down at the movement that was taking place near his leg. "My phone keeps going off," she said. "I better check it." She looked at her screen and then glanced at Colton with a knowing smile. "Your mom," she said.
My mom?
Story nodded and smiled as she pushed a button and put the phone to her ear. "Hey," she said. She paused and listened. "He's right here," she said. "Hang on." Max watched as Story handed Colton her phone. He took it from her and held it to his ear.
Hello?
Pause.
I don't know. I guess it's in my truck. Why?
Colton listened to his mom for a moment, smiling patiently. Max couldn't help but take note of the fact that Story had Colton's mom's number saved in her phone.
He's right here,
Colton said.
We're eating breakfast.
Colton looked straight at Max with a hint of an apology in his expression as he listened to his mother.
In a hotel,
he replied. Max could hear Colton's mom's voice over the phone, but he couldn't make out what she was saying. Suddenly and without warning, Colton reached across the table, offering Max the phone. He shrugged again, wearing that same apologetic expression. Max was an easygoing guy, and he took the phone without hesitation, offering Colton a reassuring smile in the process.
Hello?
He said. "Hey there, Max. How are you, sweetheart?" Debbie said. Max had met Colton's mom several times before, and his smile broadened when he heard her familiar voice. She had a slight Southern accent that instantly put him at ease.
I'm doing well, Mrs. Reed. I'm happy to be in Fayetteville with your son. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm glad you're here, too. We're all excited about tonight. Max smiled.
You should be.
I hope you're planning on coming out to the house.
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't miss it.
Where are you staying tonight?
I got a room in Fayetteville, right down the street from where we are now, actually.
I was telling Colton, I don't know why you don't just stay out here at the house. We have an extra bedroom. You'd have your own bathroom and everything, all the privacy you could want. We have it all set up for you. Just don't even check into your hotel. You could just call them and tell them you changed your mind.
Oh, no, I've already checked in. All my things are there. I spent last night there. I was comfortable. I appreciate the offer, though, Mrs. Reed. I really do.
You spent the night? She asked. You came yesterday? She sounded so shocked that it caused Max to grin.
Yes, ma'am. I got here last evening.
How are you getting around? She asked. She was so hospitable that she assumed her family would be hosting Max completely, down to a ride to and from the airport.
I rented a car. It's no problem. I travel a lot. I'm used to it.
Well, shoot. I hate that. She sighed, sounding sincerely disappointed. I told Colton to make sure you knew we wanted you to stay out here. We were expecting you to. We've got plenty of room. We live right on the water. We've got boats and everything. I've got a bedroom all ready for you. I think you'd be at least as comfortable here as you would at any hotel.
Oh, I'm sure I would be. And Colton did mention to me that I was welcome to stay with you guys, but it's fine. I'm used to staying in hotels.
How long are you staying? She asked.
Just tonight and tomorrow night. I made my return flight on Wednesday because I have a meeting in San Francisco. I'll stop there on the way home.
2 nights? She said. If you were just staying tonight, that'd be a different story. But 2 more nights? I really wish you'd reconsider. We have a few others here from out of town, and we saved you a room. We thought it would be a party. Y'all could go out on the pontoon boat tomorrow. It was the second time she had mentioned boating. Max had grown up in a coastal town. He was no stranger to the water. He had not, however, been on a boat since his accident. He felt tight-chested at the mention of it. In spite of it being instinctual and completely warranted, Max was frustrated with himself for the fearful reaction. In an act of determination and stubbornness, he said,
You know what? I'd love to. If you're sure you have room.
Really? Oh, great. Of course we have room. Plenty. I'm so excited. Ted and I were hoping you'd stay. I didn't know you spent last night in Fayetteville. I should have talked to you sooner.
Oh, it's fine. I always stay in hotels when I travel.
Well, not when you're in Fayetteville. Max smiled.
I appreciate it.
Do you think you'll be able to get your money back from the hotel? She asked. You didn't use one of those third-party places, did you?
Oh, no, I'll be able to cancel,
he said confidently. The truth was that Max had no idea if he would be able to cancel or not. He was just a no-nonsense type of guy who didn't overthink or overtalk things. "Well, great," she said. He could hear the genuine excitement in her voice, and it made him smile.
"I think it's great, too," he said. "It's going to be a fun night."
"I agree. Thanks for everything, Max."
"Oh, it's my pleasure."
He only hesitated for a second before he added,
"I'll let you talk to Colton."
He handed the phone back to Colton, and within a few seconds, the call was over. Colton made a regretful face at Max.
"I didn't know she was gonna put you on the spot." "Oh, it's all right," Max said. "I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like your parents have nice accommodations out there."
"Oh my gosh, it's so nice." Story was the one to speak, and Max's gaze shifted to her. Her eyes were the softest green, a sage color, with dark rims that made the lighter green near the center stand out even more. "My bedroom doesn't even have a private bathroom. I have to share with Colton, and it's still way nicer than any hotel. The house is gigantic, and the view of the lake is amazing."
"Wait, are you staying at the house with Colton's parents, too?"
"Oh, yeah," she agreed easily. Max tried not to be so surprised, but he assumed this whole time that she was a local. She had on a Razorbacks t-shirt, for goodness sake.
"Story's parents are here, too," Colton said. "And her brother. But they're all in the apartment. Story always stays in the main house. She likes that little reading nook in the spare bedroom."
She regarded Max with a sweet, confident smile like he needed some convincing. "It's way nicer than any hotel," she said. She shifted to look at Colton. "Plus, your dad makes the best breakfast. Seriously. One of the best things about coming to Arkansas is Uncle Ted's breakfasts. The man's got away with eggs."
"He really does," Colton agreed, nodding. "Scrambled, fried, anything. Even poached. My dad does not cook much otherwise, but he makes a dang good egg."
Max was normally a sharp person, but he had been so certain that Story was Colton's girlfriend that it took a moment for his mind to catch up with what they were saying. She had just referred to his father as her uncle. This would make her his cousin. She had said Uncle Ted, hadn't she?
"Are you okay?"
Colton asked. "Maybe he's allergic to eggs," Story said.
"We have all kinds of other stuff, too. Oatmeal, biscuits." "No, I'm not allergic to eggs. I love eggs. I heard her say Uncle Ted just now, and I guess I didn't realize you were cousins."
Colton and Story looked at each other like they were missing something.
"Who? Story?" Colton said, pointing at her. "You didn't know she was my cousin? I thought we said that already." "Yeah, her mom is my dad's sister." "I heard you say her last name while you were playing earlier. It wasn't the same as yours." "That's because her mom married a Sullivan, Rocky Sullivan, Story's dad. He's an athlete, too. So is Aunt Tessa. That's why Story turned out like she did. Her mom and dad both played sports in college. That's where they met. They all came in for the draft. Her brother was there with us this morning. His name's Blaze. He was playing right field. He had to go back to the house for his job just now, a conference call or something." "I'm sorry, I just assumed you knew who she was." "No, I didn't. I just thought she was a softball player at your school."
Max didn't mention the girlfriend part.
"She didn't go to school in Arkansas. She is a softball player, obviously, though. Her and Blaze both played sports. Blaze ran track. He set all kinds of conference records. And Story? Well, you saw her play this morning. She's a beast. She played college ball at UCLA, and then she was on the national team. She's got all kinds of medals and awards with them." "Are you still playing for the national team?"
Max asked. Story shook her head. "I retired last year. I think I still had a couple more years in me, but I was ready to focus on work."
"Which is what?"
Max asked. "I'm starting a nonprofit."
"She's underselling it," Colton said. "She's a genius, and she's sweet. She's building a big indoor skate park, a free late-night hangout for young people in the hood."
"You're funny," she said, bumping into Colton. "I have a partner," she explained, looking at Max. "A financial partner, an investor, and people helping me. I'm not doing it alone." Colton smiled at her.
"She's humble, too,"
Colton said. He reached up and rubbed Story's head, making her cap tilt back and forth. It landed sideways, and Story bumped into his shoulder as she straightened it. Max felt like he had to stop himself from staring. Captivating. That was the word. She was captivating. Story moved with the confident grace of an athlete. There was nothing clumsy about her. Max appreciated the calculated way her body shifted even when she was doing something simple like straightening her cap. He experienced a surge of excitement at the news that she was Colton's cousin, and that unnerved him. She made him feel possessive and vulnerable, like his feelings about her were slightly out of his control. It was a similar feeling to the one he got when he was about to compete, nerves and excitement. He wasn't used to getting nervous with women, but Story had him on edge.
A skate park, huh?
Max asked, trying to stay focused on the conversation. He cleared his throat.
Are you a skater in addition to being a softball player?
She laughed a little. No, I mean, I like to skate a little, but I'm not really any good. I like to watch. I just wanted to start an inner-city place to hang out. I wanted to make it something that would be fun enough to tempt kids to stay off the streets. It'll be open late, till midnight on weeknights and 2 a.m. on weekends. A cool, free, safe place for kids to go skate or hang out with their friends. We'll have a sound system where they can listen to music. There's going to be a gym and a room with TVs with video games.
It's a $2 million facility,
Colton said.
Seriously? That's amazing.
It's not quite that much, but close, Story said, cringing a little. But my partner's wonderful. He doesn't care how much I spend. It's me who's trying to stay strict to the budget.
So you're not open yet?
She shook her head. No, we're right in the middle of building. We're shooting for opening after the first of the year.
Is the whole thing your idea?
Max asked. She nodded, giving him a humble smile. I don't know if it's one of my good ideas yet or not. You have to talk to me in about 5 years to find out. She smiled. No guts, no glory, though.
What made you want to do that? What gave you that idea?
She shrugged. It's kind of a wildest dream come true scenario. The guy financing it is a friend. He was a UCLA fan I had met through softball, but we're friends now. He asked me one time what I would do if I had limitless resources. I told him I would start a cool community hangout place. My mom is a school teacher, and she spent her career in one of the roughest schools in the city. There's a lot for kids to get into these days. I told Mark I wanted to make a good, fun, safe place for teens to go. I just thought it'd be cool to do something that would actually be a viable place for them to choose to hang out at night. It had to be fun. She smiled and shrugged, her eyebrows raising a little like she hoped that was a good enough answer. She was wonderful. Max stared at her. Was it possible to fall in love with someone on the first day you met them? He was almost positive that whoever would dare to answer no to that question had never met Story Sullivan. Chapter 3. Story Sullivan. I was a freshman in college when Max Blair played an unbelievable, awe-inspiring rookie year in the MLB and went on to win the World Series with his team. It was the stuff of fairy tales. It didn't hurt that Max looked like a slice of old-fashioned gorgeousness. My parents were huge sports fans, and I had clear memories of my dad following Max's season that year. I heard about his accident, and I knew he had quit baseball, but I had no idea he had become a sports agent. Not until my mom told me Colton was working with him. I couldn't help but be a little excited when they told me he would be in Arkansas for the draft. I remembered watching him in the big leagues that year, seeing close-ups of his face in the dugout, or seeing replays of some impossibly smooth defensive plays at shortstop. He was the Rookie of the Year, the poster child for America's sport. He was everywhere that summer. His face was literally on a Wheaties box. On top of being such a great athlete, Max turned out to be a down-to-earth guy. I was slightly starstruck to meet him. If I didn't have a strict no-dating policy, I would have been cripplingly starstruck. As it stood, I was impressed by his talent and maybe wooed a little by his charm, but I was immune to his good looks. It wasn't that I couldn't recognize a nice-looking man, because I could. But I did not have any desire to attract Max Blair as a mate, and thus I was able to ignore his stunningly handsome appearance. Thankfully, I was able to enjoy his company without the pressure of trying to gain his attention or win him over. Why do I have a no-dating policy, you might ask? The answer was simple. I had made an honest-to-goodness pact with myself that I would never enter another relationship with a man for the rest of my life. Period. I had issues, obviously. They weren't my issues necessarily, not initially anyway. My no-dating policy was the result of other people's actions. Someone had taken advantage of me when I was too young to know any better. It happened when I was a little kid. It was a subject of great embarrassment to me, and I didn't discuss it with anyone. The guy didn't technically compromise my virtue, but the things we did were inappropriate, and it was a moment in my life that made me cringe when I looked back on it. I knew it was his problem, and I was too young to understand what I was doing at the time, but I had never mentioned it to another soul. That was one strike on my heart. Then there was another guy, Seth, the one that I dated later in life. He cheated on me. It wasn't just a standard run-of-the-mill cheat either. It was a terrible, embarrassing chain of events. My first and only boyfriend, my long-term, one and only serious boyfriend, cheated on me in grand fashion with my close friend and teammate at UCLA. Allie. I played center field, and she played second base. We were together all the time. Their affair went on for months before I found out about it. Other people knew. It was a mutual friend who finally told me. It had been an extremely difficult time of my life. It was almost impossible to be a good teammate to the woman who had been with my boyfriend in ways I hadn't. That was a bad year for me. Something changed in me after that. I wasn't celibate because I hated men and didn't trust them. Well, I guess it was true that I didn't entirely trust them. But that wasn't the reason I was celibate. I simply had no interest in being in another committed relationship after what Seth and that other guy had done to me. I had forgiven the first guy and tried to move on and have a normal life, but Seth's betrayal caused me to experience a genuine loss of interest in ever pursuing a relationship again. I would stay single forever, and I honestly didn't view that as a bad thing. My parents knew where I stood on the matter. My mom had mentioned to me more than once that it was biblical that some people would choose to stay single. I thought she might be a little disappointed, deep down, that I wasn't going to be giving her grandchildren, but she never made me feel guilty about it. It had been a few years since I decided this was the path my life would take, and I felt more certain about it now than ever. My resolve on the subject was impenetrable. A few men had taken that as a challenge and tried briefly to win me over, only to find out they would remain in the friend zone forever. There was no one who was capable of making me change my mind about this, and honestly, there was something liberating about that. Taking a relationship out of the equation left me with a lot more free time in my life. This helped me in my work. I was overseeing the construction on the building while, at the same time, trying to build and maintain relationships with people who would be long-term, continual advocates and donors. Mark, my partner and investor, did not live anywhere near me. Even if he lived in the same city, he had no interest in being anything but a silent investor for the project. I had a good contractor and a few other people helping me, but I was wearing a lot of hats currently. I had no desire for one of them to be girlfriend or wife. I sat at breakfast with my cousin and Max Blair for a couple of hours. My aunt had called while we were there and convinced Max to stay at their house. Colton and I went straight to their home after breakfast, but Max had to go by his hotel first to check out and get his things. Colton offered to tag along so Max could follow us out to the house, but Max seemed like a pretty independent guy. He said he had some phone calls to take care of and that he would meet us there later in the afternoon, before the draft. It took us about 30 minutes to get to my aunt and uncle's from Fayetteville, and that was only because Colton drove fast. They lived in a lake house near a town called Rogers, Arkansas, which was 40 minutes north of Fayetteville. Their house was amazing. I, by no means, went hungry as a child, but I did have parents who were both teachers, and the house I grew up in was about a quarter of the size of Colton's. Uncle Ted, my mom's brother, had a normal job. He was a surveyor. It was Aunt Debbie who had all the money. Her father was some oil tycoon in Texas. Sam and Colton always had more money and more things than Blaze and me, but they were really nice about it, and generous, too. My family had spent a lot of Christmases and vacations in Arkansas. Our uncle and aunt had beautiful property, and they were always happy to have us come visit. I contemplated going to college at Arkansas since I had family there, but UCLA seemed like a better fit at the time. Colton's parents' place was gorgeous, inviting, welcoming, and lodge-like in its grandeur. It was a gray, mid-century modern-looking house. The main house had 5 or 6 bedrooms and 2 kitchens, a main kitchen and another one upstairs in the game room. There were bathrooms and hallways that I never even saw or went in while I was staying there. It was a sprawling estate, complete with a 2-bedroom guest house and a covered dock. They had room for about 4 boats and other equipment, making it look like a small marina. The house was nestled in an opening of trees on a hillside overlooking the water. I had stayed in a few nice hotels in my life, but this place was the bee's knees. I had the comfort of family combined with the gorgeous retreat atmosphere. I was content and at home. And it was obviously an added bonus that my sweet cousin was getting drafted to play in the MLB. It would be an exciting evening. His family's reaction would, no doubt, be shown on television. I knew that because Aunt Debbie had already told us that there would be a network guy there to film. There were only about 25 people at their house for the draft. This wasn't a lot, considering how many people would have come had they been invited. Colton wanted it to be just family and his closest friends. Max was the last one to arrive, and he got to the house an hour before the draft started. We were all sitting around in the living room and kitchen. The television was already set to the right station, and everyone was talking and eating and trying to hide how excited we were for the big night. Max's appearance made everyone even more nervous. That only lasted for a few minutes, though, because Max was a laid-back guy, a natural at putting everyone at ease. He had a way about him. He could have easily been a politician. He wore an easy smile and made polite conversation with everyone from the moment he walked in the door. I got the honor of showing Max to his room, which was upstairs connected to the game room. He had been at the house for 10 or so minutes, greeting everyone and making introductory small talk with all of us, when Aunt Debbie asked me to take him upstairs. Aunt Debbie had a sister named Ella from Texas. She was staying at the house too, along with 2 of her sons, both of whom were in their 20s. Ella had a husband and other children, but Ella, Case, and Preston were the only ones from their family who were in town for the draft. Even though they were technically not blood-related to me, I had met them at plenty of family functions. Case and Preston were staying in the second upstairs bedroom, but Max had the largest, nicest one. The game room was normally a popular place to hang out when they had get-togethers, but tonight it was empty. Everyone was gathered downstairs, listening to preliminary commentary and sharing in the excitement of it all. There was still a lot of natural light coming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but I went ahead and flipped the switch to turn on the overhead lights out of habit. Max and I crossed the room and came to stand in the doorway of his room. "Case and Preston are staying up here with you," I said. I motioned to the right, toward the second bedroom.
In the same room?
He asked. "Who, you and them?" "No, you're staying in this room right here. You've got your own bathroom with a really cool shower. You'll love it."
I mean the brothers, he said. Case and Preston, are they staying in the same room?
"Yeah, right there." Again, I gestured toward their door.
Why'd they do that?
He asked.
I thought there was going to be nobody but me staying here. I heard someone say people are bunking up downstairs, too.
"That's just Colton's friends from Nashville. They're only staying one night. Maybe it's 2, but they don't care anyway. They'll crash anywhere. I think they're going to sleep on couches downstairs, or even up here, maybe." I looked around. At least 2 of these couches pull out.
I feel bad that I'm taking this big bedroom when there are so many other people here. Why don't I just go back to the hotel? I was completely fine with staying there.
I stared at him. He was a star. He looked like an actual movie star. He had a magnetic appearance that made it hard not to stare at him. He was tall, and he was still in shape. He looked like he still played ball. He was trim but muscular, thicker than you'd expect once you got up close to him. I had been around a lot of baseball players, and Max had the build of a big league athlete. To most girls, he would be a real temptation, but I had no trouble ignoring any reaction I had to his appearance. I stared at him with a little knowing smirk when he asked why they had pressured him to stay at the house. "Max, my aunt and uncle would kick all of us out before they let you go back to a hotel. They wanted to give you the whole guest house, but we convinced them that 1 bedroom would be enough."
Who convinced them of that?
He asked. I smiled. "I thought you felt bad about taking this room. Now you want the guest house?"
No, I don't want the guest house. I was just wondering what made them change their mind about offering it to me.
He was just messing around with me. He was easy to please, I could tell. He felt bad about even staying in this upstairs bedroom when there are others sleeping on couches. It was me who told them you'd be fine up here, if you want to know the truth. I knew this was a nice bedroom, and you taking the guest house would mean I'd end up on a couch. I'm sorry, but I had to draw the line somewhere. I smiled at him. I was usually a really confident person, but I bit my lip after I spoke because he seemed a lot bigger and more intimidating in the tight doorway. Seriously, though, Uncle Ted and Aunt Debbie would kick out just about any of us before they would make you uncomfortable. They're really excited to have you here, if you haven't noticed.
What about you?
He asked. What about me?
How do you feel about it?
About having you here? I asked.
Yeah,
he said with a little shrug. I felt momentarily like he was asking that in a more than friends way, and a wave of something washed over me. I experienced a burst of adrenaline. It was gut-wrenching. I'm happy you're here, I said casually. I'm happy for Colton that his agents had real experience up there in the bigs. I think you can really help him.
Well, thank you. And I'll do my best, but your cousin would do just fine without me,
he said.
I'm thankful to be along for the ride on this one. Colton's about to tear it up.
I nodded, thinking about Colton and all of his drive and accomplishments. He is good, huh?
So good. He sees the ball like it's in slow motion. He's one of the best talents I've ever seen at the plate. Cincinnati's excited about him, that's for sure.
Max Blair was so easy to talk to that I found myself nodding and smiling as he spoke. For a split second, I succumbed to his charm. I felt drawn to him. Who wouldn't, though? I snapped myself out of it with a literal shake of my head. I pointed into the bedroom to distract him from my random movement. Well, here it is, I said. The bathroom's right over there. I guess it's all self-explanatory. You'll find everything. It's pretty much a bed and a bathroom and a window. There's a remote for the shades and for the TV.
Thank you,
he said, stepping inside.
It looks really nice.
Chapter 4. Max. The house was beautiful, and Max's room was large and comfortable. It was decorated with modern but cozy furniture in gray and white tones that matched the outside of the house. This part of Arkansas was gorgeous, and the Reed family's position on a hill with a view of the calm lake was perfect. The people weren't bad either. They were a close-knit family who reminded Max of his own parents, siblings, and cousins. He felt a little bad that people would be sleeping on couches while he sprawled out on the king-size bed, but he didn't feel bad enough to leave. They seemed to want him to stay, and quite frankly, he felt comfortable there and didn't mind sticking around for the next 2 days. This had absolutely nothing to do with Colton's cousin, the little 5'6" firecracker named Story Sullivan. She was not a factor at all. Max didn't plan on staying in his room very long, just long enough to put away his things and check the place out. Story was right about the shower. It was one of those fancy ones with jets in the wall that hit you from every angle. There were also these high-tech blackout shades on the window, but they would be unnecessary because Max was an early riser, and he looked forward to enjoying the view of the lake at sunrise. Max was in constant correspondence with his connections in Cincinnati through text, and he was 100% sure that they would call Colton's name as their first choice. He would be the 8th overall pick, and the only reason he wasn't going before that was teams 1 through 7 needed other things more than they needed a first baseman. Colton was the man. He had tons of promise. Barring any unforeseen accident like Max had, Colton would have a long major league career. Max knew what great players looked like, and athletes like Colton only came around every once in a while. He had assured his connections in Cincinnati that Colton was the real deal, and he didn't regret building him up at all. Max took a second to consider his surroundings. There were lots of places to go in this house. The game room had a beautiful pool table, dartboards, and 3 full-size arcade games. The dock had a little house with refreshments and supplies, and a pavilion with outdoor games like ping pong and shuffleboard. Max could see that area from the window in his room, but it was totally empty. Everyone was gathered downstairs in the living room and kitchen. It was a party, complete with catered food, cake, streamers, and colorful paper plates and napkins. There weren't a ton of people, but everyone was gathered in that one area of the house. They were all excited, so there was lots of talking and joking around. Most of the successful people Max knew came from caring, supportive families like Colton's. Colton was the center of attention, but Max was right there with him, helping him, answering questions from Colton's family and friends, and giving Colton assurance and confidence. Max was comfortable in that role. He knew what he wanted as an athlete in that position, so he had the skills to put his clients at ease and make the experience smooth and easy for everyone. He was the family's go-between with the team, and he handled the situation to the best of his ability, like he always did. He tried to be as honest and transparent with his clients as possible, without telling them too much unnecessary information. Part of his job was knowing how to relate to them and make small talk. He was a man's man, and he was able to converse with the guys about sports, fishing, and cars, but then he would turn around and be knowledgeable about Debbie's flower garden. It was an easy, fun night filled with family and laughter and good conversation. Max had encouraged Colton to keep it small, but it had ultimately been Colton's decision, and it worked out to be a perfect evening. For most of the night, Max had stayed away from the girl named Story. He had seen her the whole time and heard bits and pieces of her conversations, but he had managed to avoid direct contact with her. He could glance at her from across the room with no problems, but he found that when her eyes locked on his, it stirred all sorts of feelings. He got fidgety and distracted. He found this out the hard way when they were at breakfast that morning, and then again when she showed him to his room. And since Max had no time for distractions such as these on a night like tonight, he avoided that sort of one-on-one contact with her. It was after 9 p.m., 2 hours after all the draft excitement, when they sat close enough to each other to speak directly. A few of the people who weren't staying the night at the house had gone home, and most of the others were sitting around the living room talking. Story was sitting next to Colton on the couch when Max and Sam came into the living room to join them. Story's brother and the guys from Nashville were there too. Max and Sam had been in the garage checking out Sam's new hunting bow. Max heard them mention a skate park on his way over, and he knew they were talking about Story's project. Ultimately, I want it to be big. I want to work with the city and be able to start softball and baseball teams, basketball and volleyball too, everything. Soccer, swimming. I want to shoot for the moon. I'm just starting with skating and video games because you don't have to organize anything, you know? They can just come hang out. I'm already overwhelmed with trying to make it all come to life as it is. I'll save organized sports for a time when I'm more organized. Max glanced at her as he sat down at the end of the couch, but she hadn't looked at him yet. She was looking at the person she was talking to, Daniel, one of the guys from Nashville.
What made you choose that spot?
Daniel asked. She smiled and shrugged. My mom's been a teacher in that neighborhood her whole career. I like it over there and have a heart for those kids. There's a need for sure. I think a skate park is going to be popular.
Do you skate?
Not very well, she said.
Where's it located again?
He asked, wearing a thoughtful expression.
I don't think I heard you say what city.
Max assumed Story lived in Los Angeles since she had gone to UCLA, but he realized when she answered with a different city's name that he was way off base. Seattle, she said.
Washington?
Max sat up, turning to look straight at Story.
That's my neck of the woods. That's where I'm from that area. I live in Portland. My brother lives in Seattle.
Story grinned, and Max felt his gut clench. I know you're from Portland, she said. You're an Oregon boy. You're originally from Astoria, but you went to college in Eugene, and you live in Portland. She was matter-of-fact and unashamed that she knew all these facts about him.
How did you know that?
He asked. She gave him an amused grin with a tilt of her head. You're Max Blair, she said. Everybody in the Pacific Northwest thought you were their next-door neighbor when you went to the World Series that year. No one cared that it was with the Dodgers. You might as well have been Mr. Mariner. Everybody in Seattle loved you. My dad would probably remember all of your stats if you asked him. Max was mesmerized by her soft green eyes and by her raw honesty. She was real, unemotional, stating facts like she didn't care if he was impressed by her or not.
I can't believe you live in Seattle,
he said.
That's only 3 hours from me. Like I said, my brother lives there.
Henry, she said, nodding. Max looked surprised, and she smiled, shaking her head. He's famous too, Max. His band is all over the place in Seattle.
Whose band?
Asked Daniel, looking confused.
Max's brother is Henry Blair,
Colton said. Daniel shrugged like he had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Delicate Balance, Story said. The band. He's the lead singer for that band. They're from Seattle. They're super popular over there.
I think I have heard of that band,
Daniel said.
That's your brother?
Max nodded.
Who is he in the band? The singer, Max said. Wow, I didn't know that dude was Max Blair's brother.
Daniel was a country boy. He was definitely more likely to be starstruck by a baseball player than a rock star. But he also thought it was cool to learn that Max's brother was the lead singer of that band.
I think they've been to Nashville,
he said, trying to remember.
I'm going to have to go see them if they come back.
They play in Seattle quite a bit, Story said.
Have you seen them?
Max asked. I have, she said. A couple of times, back when they were playing the Tractor. I saw them once before they even became Delicate Balance.
I saw them at the Tractor,
Max said.
I wonder if we were at the same show. That would be crazy if I've seen you before.
You would definitely remember if you'd seen me before. She spoke with casual confidence, literally brushing non-existent dust off of her shoulder with the backside of her opposite hand. People laughed when she did that. She was joking around, and it was beautiful. She was so confident that she didn't care if her jokes or her silliness was a dud. She did it anyway. She was surrounded by young, eligible men, and she was being 100% herself. She was funny, and everyone listened when she spoke.
You're right,
Max said, nodding seriously at her.
I would remember if I had ever seen you.
I'm just messing with you, she said. There was an empty space between them, and she reached over and pushed at him. I would have probably come up to you if I had seen you. I knew you were the lead singer's brother, and I would have put 2 and 2 together if I saw you at a concert. Max didn't know what to do with Story Sullivan. She seemed impressed by him, but not interested in him. At least not in the way he wanted her to be. He talked to her quite a bit after they sat together on the couch. They ended up in the game room once it got late and people started going to bed. They were in the room with 5 or 6 other people, but there was quite a bit of time where the 2 of them were in conversations, isolated from everyone else. Story had plenty of chances to flirt, and she didn't. She seemed to admire Max in the unattached way a regular baseball fan would. That should have been enough for Max, but he felt like he wanted more from her. He kept a poker face on the outside, of course, but inside, he was reeling. Max finally gave up on trying to make sense of his feelings and told everyone good night. He had some work to do before he went to sleep, so he excused himself. It was after midnight. He closed his door, wishing Story would stand up, walk across the room, and open it. Maybe she would have forgotten something inside, or need to borrow a towel out of his bathroom. He didn't know what he would do once she got there, but he wished he could see her again. He hated leaving the group, but he had been up since 6 a.m., and he still had a few emails to take care of. He couldn't help himself. He was on his computer anyway, so he figured it was only natural to type her name into the search bar. A lot came up under the name Story Sullivan. She had a long list of accomplishments in her softball career. 3 years in college, she was first-team All-American, and she had another 3 years where she racked up World Championship gold medals and outstanding stats with the women's national team. There were pictures of her batting, running, fielding, playing, and some that were more casual, like a shot of her profile as she stared onto the field, or a close-up of her smiling at a restaurant. Max could have easily gone down a rabbit hole looking at all the information about Story, but he stopped himself after 10 minutes or so. He read enough to know that she was a great athlete who had been at the top of her game when she retired a year ago. He also read an article about her new nonprofit in Seattle. It was called The Park because she was keeping it simple. There was an inspirational video with Story and some of the high school-aged people who would be using the facility. She was already working with some of them and getting ideas for the place. They were honestly good friends. Story wasn't faking it with them, and they weren't faking it with her. The video was set to rap music, and Story was dancing and having fun with teens in what was, quite literally, the roughest neighborhood in Seattle. It was so cool that Max felt like he wanted to go back out to the game room to tell her how awesome she was. He understood why Mark Gibson would throw money at her to do whatever she wanted. He almost felt like he wanted to do the same thing. He definitely wanted to be a part of what she was doing. Chapter 5. Story. I liked Max Blair. Not in that way, but I liked him tremendously as a person. He was easy to be around, unpretentious, yet also in control and captivating. He had effective leadership skills, and part of it was the way he made the people around him feel like they were all important. I could see why he was so successful after only one day of hanging out and talking to him. He was just a couple of years older than me, but I wanted to be as cool as him when I grew up. He had a certain magnetism that I was attracted to and, from a professional standpoint, would like to emulate. I felt like hanging around with Max, just being in his presence, would help me grow as a person. It was true, the verse about iron sharpening iron. I always tried to hang out with people who would have a positive effect on my life, and Max was one of those. It was for this reason that I drug myself out of bed the following morning. I knew Max had plans to watch the sunrise, so I set my alarm for 5:48 and peeled myself out of bed. I went into the kitchen with my eyes half open. I was not a morning person. When I woke up, which I preferred to be closer to 9 than 6, I needed at least 10 minutes or so to lie in bed and think, to get my engine going. Today, however, I rolled out of bed as soon as the alarm went off. I had no idea where Max was planning on watching the sunrise, and since that would happen at 6 o'clock, I had only given myself 10 minutes to find him. I was out of it, and I stumbled down the hall and through the house. I stopped in the kitchen, and then I turned, squinting up at the upstairs landing. I could see the entrance to the game room. The door was propped open, but there was no movement, light, or sound. I blinked at it for several seconds, sleepily expecting Max to walk through the door. Nothing happened. It was just a quiet corridor. One option was to go up there and look for Max, but I knew the Nashville guys were on the couches, and I didn't want to wake them. I was so tired that I couldn't think straight. I decided to make myself a cup of coffee. My aunt had one of those easy, single-serving coffee makers, and I started a cup with a touch of 2 buttons. I stared at the machine while it did its thing, and as it was finishing, I glanced upstairs again. There was nothing but stillness and darkness. I hated the dark. It was a commonly known fact that I slept with a light on. As badly as I wanted to hang out with Max, I was not going up there. It was morning, but the sun hadn't come up, so it still felt like the middle of the night. Darkness of any kind gave me the creeps, but I wasn't going to turn on lights and disturb everyone else. After adding a little sugar to my coffee, I turned to stare out of the kitchen windows. There were a couple of lights on in the kitchen, and it was still dark outside, so it was nearly impossible to see out. I focused on the distance, trying to see through the reflections in the glass. I had been to their house and looked out of that window so many times that I knew what I was looking at. I focused on the area where the dock was and could vaguely make out the lights in the distance. I squinted and stepped closer to the window, trying to focus on it. There was movement. I got right up to the window and used my hand to create a shield, blocking the light. I blinked and then focused intensely on the dock, watching for the movement to happen again. There was definitely somebody down there. I had to assume it was Max, and without hesitation, I took off for the door. I tried to be as quiet as possible. I knew I needed to catch him before he left the dock, but I didn't take into account the darkness and the great distance between where I was and where he was. It wasn't a mile or anything, more like 100 yards or so, but it was still intimidating to me. I was in such a hurry to catch Max that I hadn't taken a flashlight, or even thought about how dark it would be on the path. There was shrubbery along the path hedging me in, and all I could imagine was a great big monster, slithering up behind me, devouring me. I had dealt with a way too vivid imagination my whole life. I pictured actual, impossible monsters getting me. From the age of 6 to 7, I went through a phase where I couldn't be alone in the bathroom because I sincerely thought there would be a shark or a killer eel in the bathtub. I had grown up, but I still imagined outrageous things things that were laughable to me when I was hanging around other people and not scared at all. But right then, when I was alone and running down that dark path, I didn't find it funny at all. I had made my coffee in a huge mug, and it only ended up being about half full. It was a fact for which I was grateful, because I moved quickly and efficiently down the path, trying to spill as little of it as possible. There was enough light for me to see where I was going, but it was still dark, and I was scared. I knew it was silly of me, but I couldn't help it, and I was jogging by the time I got to the dock area. I couldn't see Max at first. There was a covered area with the lights on, and I started saying, "Hello? Hello?" as soon as I came closer to the light. I saw him walk around the corner, and I beamed, feeling utter relief that he was a familiar, friendly face, and not some ridiculous creature from a horror movie. He came toward me, converging with me at the foot of the dock near the edge of the water. He was wearing a slight smile, and my momentum took me straight into his arms. I didn't hesitate even for a second. I hugged Max Blair, and I felt sweet relief in doing so. It wasn't until I rested there for a few seconds that I became aware of the fact that I was still holding him and breathing heavily. I was still grasping my cup of coffee, balancing it carefully behind his back where it wouldn't spill on him. He seemed to know something was the matter, because rather than push me away, he hugged me back. "Whew," I said, stepping back when I realized I had been holding on to him for too long. "That was dark. I mean, a long way. I had some momentum built up from coming down the ramp." Momentum built up? Really? Had I just told him that I ran into his arms because I physically couldn't stop myself? Goodness. I experienced a rush of nerves. Some were certainly left over from the monster chasing me, but others because I was suddenly face to face with Max, and now I felt speechless.
"What are you doing down here?"
he asked. "I came to do what you're doing, to watch the sunrise. Isn't that what you're doing? I wanted to catch you before you got on a boat."
"I wasn't getting on a boat," he said. "I was just going to turn off the light and sit at the bottom of the dock."
"Oh, really? Okay. I assumed you were taking that little paddle boat out."
"I wasn't planning on it,"
he said, shaking his head. "I bet the sunrise is really beautiful from out on the lake." I was still rambling a bit from being nervous, and as I was speaking, I remembered that Max had been in a life-altering boating accident. "Oh man, I'm so sorry. You probably don't do boats. I mean, it doesn't matter. If you do boats or don't do boats, I can understand why you'd be scared to."
"I'm not scared,"
he said, cutting me off. I regretted saying that, and in an effort to make him feel better, I said, "It's fine to be scared. I'm scared all the time. I just ran over here because I was scared of the dark. That's the real reason I was running just now." I was frustrated with myself for talking too much. I pinched my own leg, telling myself to be quiet. He stared at me calmly, smiling a little.
"I'm not scared,"
he said after a few seconds.
"Thank you for saying it's fine, but I'm fine getting on a boat. I'm not afraid. I just wasn't planning on doing it today. I thought the dock would be a nice enough place to sit and watch it."
"It will be," I said. "Maybe tomorrow morning I can get out here earlier and you can row me out." He looked at me.
"I'll do it now,"
he said resolutely. I stared at him. He was looking directly into my eyes. I could not tell what he was thinking. Part of me thought he wanted me to dare him to do it. "The boat and oars are right over there," I said. "It's easy to let into the water."
"Let's do it,"
he said with a nod. I left my cup of coffee on a nearby ledge and headed to the supply room. I had gone out in that little rowboat before, and I knew I would thank myself if I took cushions and a blanket or two. I went into the supply room to get them. It was an air-conditioned living room and kitchen that was attached to the dock. The door was unlocked, as usual, and I turned on the lights and retrieved the comfort items from the closet before heading toward the boat again. Max had already made quick work of letting the boat into the water. By the time I got over to him, he was getting into the boat. My coffee cup was now at the edge of the dock.
"I didn't want you to forget it,"
he said, referring to moving it. I smiled. "Thank you." He got situated, and I stood on the dock, looking down at him. "Can I hand you these?" I asked.
"Sure,"
he said easily, reaching up to take the blankets and pillows from me. If he was nervous about being in the boat, then he didn't show it. I got into the boat before retrieving my coffee mug from the edge of the dock. It was only half full when I started this journey, and now there was even less than that inside. I took a sip since I was still sleepy in spite of all the excitement. "You ready?" I asked, smiling at him. He nodded and we pushed off. There was only one set of oars, and Max used them. He sat in the back of the boat and rowed and navigated like someone who grew up handling one just like it. He rowed onto the open water of the lake, just far enough that the light from the dock wouldn't factor into the view of the sunrise. The lake was calm, and Max found a nice spot to stop and focus on the sky. I had finished the last few sips of my coffee while he was rowing, and once he stopped, I adjusted the cushions to make myself comfortable for the sunrise. The light of dawn shone softly around us, but it wouldn't have mattered if it was dark. Now that I was with Max, I wasn't scared at all. As long as I was with someone else, not specifically Max, but anyone, my imagination slowed down and left me alone. I was no longer afraid, and I was more than ready to kick back and enjoy the sunrise. I put a cushion on the bottom of the boat and propped the blanket against the side of the boat so that I could sprawl out and lean back. Sitting on the bottom of the boat made me closer to Max's legs, and he moved his feet, situating to make room for me. "Am I crowding you?" I asked.
No, not at all.
Chapter 6. It was a gorgeous morning. And for the first 10 minutes or so that Max and I were settled on the water, we stayed completely silent. I could hear birds and the wind and the gentle lapping sound of the water hitting against the side of the boat. I didn't even look at Max, and as far as I knew, he didn't look at me. We were anchored, but the boat turned a little while we were sitting there, and I ended up having to look away from him to see the best views of the sunrise. We just sat there and watched the sun come up. That was, after all, what he was planning on doing without me. I figured, why not just hang out and enjoy the moment without saying anything? It was Max who finally spoke first.
"It's so peaceful out here,"
he said.
"I'm glad you talked me into coming onto the water."
"Good," I said. It's been a long time since I've been up for a sunrise. Maybe never. I mean, I've definitely been awake for them. I just never intentionally go outside to watch it happen. Neither of us were in a hurry. We spoke slowly and softly, and there were comfortable pauses between each statement.
"Why'd you say you were scared of the dark?"
he asked. "Because I am," I said, answering a little quicker. "Super scared. I sleep with the lights on in my apartment. I always have."
"Why? What are you scared of?"
We continued talking in a laid-back tone, not even looking at each other. I took a deep breath, trying to decide what I was scared of, or at least how I could put it into words. Nothing and everything, I guess. I just have an overactive imagination. It's nothing that would really even come true, yet it's stuff that somehow still freaks me out in the moment. I just dream up worst-case scenarios in the dark. Sometimes I even do it in the light of day, but it's worse in the dark, for sure. My imagination just gets the better of me.
"Like what?"
Max asked.
"Give me an example."
I had to think about that for a second. I didn't want to tell him about the shark in the bathtub, or the cat man who stood upright and wore human clothes. So I told him about one of the many insignificant fear flashes I had. It was one that had happened recently, so it was fresh on my mind. I have this dog back home, this shepherd mix. His name is Chester. He's a good dog, but he's a tough boy, and he weighs about 75 pounds. Solid muscle. He's kind of playful, too. He's only a year old, so he's energetic sometimes. Anyway, I had to go to LA for a meeting, and my parents babysat for the night. On the way to my hotel, I had this terrible vision. This whole scene flashed in my head where my dog jumped up and bit my mom. Just mauled her for no reason. I tried to shake the feeling, but I was freaked out by it.
"And what happened?"
he asked. "Nothing," I said, tossing my hands up. I called her and everything was fine. Chester was at her house being a good boy. She laughed about my dad giving him steak for dinner. She said everything was going great, that Chester was being spoiled rotten. I paused and sighed, shaking my head at the memory. I saw it so clear, and it scared me so bad that I thought it was actually going to happen. I thought God was trying to tell me that my dog was about to kill my mother, like a prophetic vision.
But nothing happened,
Max said. No, I said. He was a good boy like he always is, and everything was fine. My mom and dad loved having him.
I knew it wasn't God telling you something,
Max said. How?
Because he doesn't work like that. He doesn't operate in fear. His word says he hasn't given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. That kind of stuff just happens because we're human. Fear happens. That's what anxiety is, thinking of the worst-case scenario.
He took a deep breath.
I can't say that I struggle with visions like that, but everybody anticipates the worst sometimes. That's what worry is. And 99% of the time, the things we worry about don't happen.
Is that a true statistic? Is that accurate? 99%? I glanced at him, and he smiled and shrugged.
I haven't seen enough research on worry to say accurately. But I think 99 is a pretty good guess. I know most of the stuff I worry about never happens.
Well, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
I have to think your imagination's just a little vivider than the average Joe's, too,
he said. I think maybe so, I agreed, smiling. I don't think most people run down a dock into some poor, unsuspecting man's arms because they think something could be chasing them down the path.
Yeah, your imagination's definitely better than mine,
he said with a smile.
I thought I heard you tell someone you lived alone,
he added. I did say that, I said. I do live alone. I have an apartment.
How do you manage that?
He asked. I'm not that bad where I can't function, I said. It's not crippling, and it doesn't happen to me nonstop. I hate it when it's happening, but I tell myself it's not real and get past it. Also, it helps having Chester at home with me. And I sleep with the lights on. I laughed. But other than that, I'm fine. Perfectly normal. We were quiet for a moment, staring at the pastel tones in the sky.
I thought you just needed a hug,
he said. I had no idea what he had been thinking, and I chuckled when he said that. It was a nice hug, I said. I appreciate you not leaving me hanging when I grabbed you. I probably shouldn't have admitted that I was running from the giant sea serpent that was behind me on the path.
Really?
He asked, sounding intrigued and maybe a little like he cared about me or wished he could help. I shrugged. It's not as bad as it sounds, but yeah, I'm telling you, I have a crazy imagination. My mom has it too. She's done some writing. You know, like little short stories or whatever. Fantasy mostly. That's what she teaches. English. 5th grade English and creative writing. That's where my name came from. I was silent for a few seconds before I added, I like what you said about God. I've heard that verse before, but I never thought about it that way. I'm pretty sure that will help me in the future, so thank you for saying that. I glanced at him and he studied my face.
You're welcome,
he said.
And I'm sorry you have to run from your imagination sometimes.
I smiled. Don't be sorry. It's just how I'm wired. I'm used to it. If I didn't have a vivid imagination, I probably would have never thought of the park.
This is my first time on a boat,
he said. My head whipped around faster than I meant for it to. I stared at him, and one corner of his mouth rose in a slow half grin. I could tell he was being sincere. This? Right now, this boat? I asked. He nodded. I sat up straighter and turned so that I could regard him face to face. The boat swayed when I moved. It wasn't enough to do anything, but I put my hands on the sides of it to steady us. This right now? I asked again. Max nodded, looking at me seriously. The soft, filtered light of early sunrise lit up his face. He was angelic. He had dark eyes and hair with a clear complexion. He was the definition of handsome. How long has it been? I asked, trying not to get lost staring at his face.
7 years.
7 years? I felt shocked. I thought about what I was doing at the time and realized he was right. I can't believe it's been that long. And you haven't... This is your first time on a boat since then?
Yes,
he said. Oh, gosh, Max, I hope you didn't let me talk you into it back there. I'm so sorry if I...
You did talk me into it,
he said.
But I'm not mad about it. I'm a grown man. I don't mind saying no to something if I don't want to do it.
I scanned his appearance. He was sitting there, cool as a cucumber, sitting on this boat, looking perfectly natural. Are you nervous at all?
Yes, but I'm not even sure if it's the boat.
He spoke hesitantly. I thought maybe he regretted telling me that it was his first time. I gazed at him, wondering what in the world he must be feeling after 7 years. Maybe he was struggling with inner turmoil, and maybe it was just coincidence that he hadn't made his way back to the water, and this was simply his first opportunity since then. Maybe he felt nothing right now. Are you okay? I asked, trying to read his expression. He grinned.
Yeah, I'm okay,
he said.
I better be okay. We're in the middle of a lake. This is nothing like my accident, anyway. We were going really fast.
Did you almost die? I asked. He nodded, wearing an introspective look.
Yes, I did,
he said.
I definitely did.
People are always cooler when they almost died, I said. I relaxed against the side of the boat as I spoke, and it took me a second to realize that Max was laughing at what I said. What? I asked, glancing at him.
You. People are cooler when they almost die? Is that what you said?
Yes, I said. You're not the first person I've met who did, and it's true. I think something happens inside that just makes you cooler when you've lived through that. Like you don't sweat the small stuff or something. I glanced at him, and he smiled at me like he was intrigued or at least amused.
I guess that silver lining is just as good as any,
he said. Sure it is, I said. And you don't even need a silver lining anyway. You're already making the most of it. If it hadn't happened, you wouldn't be here right now enjoying this sunrise.
You're probably right,
he said.
It'd be a shame to miss this.
Just then, I caught sight of the way his hand was resting on the oar. In that moment, I felt a wave of physical desire for Max. This was an unwelcome sensation. It alarmed me, which caused me to do something ridiculous. I don't date, I blurted out of nowhere. Not that you care. I know you don't care. I'm just saying it as a general statement, since we're saying things about ourselves. I don't date or get married or anything. I'm intentionally single. I'll always be. Max tilted his head, studying me. My heart pounded. I was nervous, shaken, and for no reason at all. All I did was state a simple, true fact to him.
I thought for sure you dated someone. I saw a picture of you with a guy in your aunt's photo album.
What? Does she still... I don't know why she would show you that.
She didn't show it to me specifically. She just had some family albums out, and I saw it, that's all.
Well, I did date at one time, but now I don't.
Is that guy the reason you don't?
He asked. And other stuff. There doesn't have to be a reason, it's just a decision I made.
Did that guy do something to hurt you?
He asked. Yes. Not physically, but yes.
And other stuff happened before that?
Yes, but like I said, it's not necessarily from any of that. It's just a decision I made. It's good. There's less distraction in my life. I get a lot more done.
Did he cheat on you?
Max asked, seeming slightly agitated. I stared at him. Yes, I said. With a close friend and teammate.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, I lived. Better I found out when I did than marry him or something.
And before that?
He asked. What do you mean?
You said other stuff happened to you. What stuff?
I'm not saying. I shouldn't have even mentioned that.
Why not?
Because.
Story. Why?
Because it's humiliating.
Do you think I'll judge you?
Of course you will. You barely know me. What if I tell you something terrible? I smiled at him. If I've held it this long, I'm not going to start talking about it with Max Blair.
What do you mean you've held it?
I've never told anyone.
You mean something bad happened to you and you never told anyone about it?
Yes, I said with a faint smile.
Seriously? You've gone through your whole life hanging on to something and never told a soul.
Come on, be honest. You have a few things that you don't tell people.
Yeah, but if it's something specific that happened to you that's causing you to alter your life decisions, then that's the kind of thing that is good to share.
Maybe you're right, I said, lifting my shoulders as I stared into the sky. We sat there for what must have been a full minute before he said,
Are you going to tell me or not?
I sighed, gathering my thoughts, gathering my memories. I was about 9 years old-ish, I'm not even sure. He must have been 15 or 16. He was a teenager. I was at a friend's house for a sleepover, and he was her cousin. He did stuff with me, stuff that I regret. The thing was, I did it back with him. It wasn't like he forced me. I paused and was quiet for a few seconds, but I sighed, knowing I was going to continue. I thought saying it was going to be harder than it was, and it kind of surprised me that it came out so easily. I held on to that for a long time, I continued, finally. It made me feel dirty, like I had messed myself up by starting too early, like I had lost my innocence. It took me years to forgive myself and convince myself that I could have a normal relationship after that. When I finally thought I had gotten over it, I started dating someone. We took everything really slow, but you already know what happened. It ended badly. I just lost desire to do it again. It honestly is fine, though. It's biblical that some people stay single. I had tried to end on a positive note, but I had no idea what Max was thinking. He was quiet for a moment after I spoke.
That first guy,
he said.
When you were a kid, did he make you?
No. I mean, I think I know what you're asking, and no, not technically. We did more than kiss, though. We did enough that I have regrets about it. I pushed at his leg, grinning shyly. But I'm fine, I said, not wanting him to feel bad for me. People live through way worse things than that. I just figured I'd be honest with you since you were asking. I thought maybe you were right, that it would be good to get it off of my chest, especially since, our interaction is brief.
I don't think that should make you not date,
he said. Oh, I definitely don't date, I said, with all the conviction of someone whose mind was made up. Chapter 7. The sun rose, and soon there was brightness all around us. Max and I stayed in the boat for at least an hour. I was barefoot and in my pajamas, and Max was completely dressed in cargo shorts, a t-shirt, and leather sandals. I had no idea why I had told him about that thing that happened when I was a kid. I had never told anyone else, and with Max, it just came out of my mouth easily and naturally. It almost felt anticlimactic, considering how long I had been hanging on to it. We both acted like it was no big deal and went on, talking about other things. He told me more about his accident and shared some of his thoughts about being an agent and about life in general. The whole boat ride felt like a dream. I barely knew Max, but at the same time, I felt like I knew him innately. I knew who he was. There was no doubt in my mind the things I told him would stay between us, and he knew the same thing was true for me. It was like both of us viewed our time on the water as a chance to bring light to some things that we might otherwise keep hidden. It was therapeutic for me. I was relatively sure the same was true for him. I saw Max wave. He was looking toward the house, and I glanced that way, following his gaze. It was my mother. Is Story with you? She cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled across the expanse of land and water that was between us. We clearly heard her.
Yes.
Max's voice was deep, and it carried without him having to yell. I also waved so that she would get the idea. Okay. I was just making sure. Her door was open, so I went in there. She's usually not up this early.
Thanks, Mom. I'm here.
We'll be up in a minute. I yelled back at her to make sure she heard me, and she waved and turned to head back. I glanced at Max once she was on her way. I guess we should head back. It's probably been over an hour.
2.5,
he said. 2 hours? Seriously? Since we've been out here? How do you know?
Because I just glanced at my watch.
And what time is it? I asked, trying to catch sight of his watch.
8:30.
No. Really? Has it been that long? He nodded as he began to row toward the dock. That was fun, I said. Thank you for taking me out there.
Thank you for waking up on time and for making me go on the boat. I'm really glad we did this.
I smiled at him, watching him row. He was a fine-looking gentleman. He looked like one of the Kennedy boys, deftly rowing a boat in his casual clothes. If I had an interest in dating Max, I would have been eaten up with trying to figure out a way to make him like me. It was a good thing I didn't care.
I don't have to be at the airport until noon tomorrow,
he said, still rowing.
I'll probably come out for sunrise again.
I'll probably take what you just said as an invitation.
It was one,
he said. We talked the rest of the way to the dock, and then our conversation continued while we were putting up the boat and as we walked to the house. While we were on the boat, he had told me about some trouble he was having with one of his clients. I followed up by asking him what he was going to do, and we were still on the subject when we walked into the house. Neither of us expected there would be so many people in the kitchen, and we just sort of cut off our conversation once we saw that was the case. My uncle was cooking, and there were about 10 people standing around, including my parents and brother. You took a boat out? Aunt Debbie asked. She didn't care that we used her boat. She asked the question in an effort to make conversation. We did, I said, moving through the kitchen. I set my mug in the sink, rinsed off my hands, and grabbed a handful of grapes that were in a bowl on the counter. I leaned against the counter before continuing to speak. I knew Max was planning on getting up early, so I woke up and went out there with him. I didn't realize we had been out there for so long. It's no wonder I'm hungry.
I've got 2 plates of scrambled eggs ready, Uncle Ted said. They were for your mom and dad, but...
She can have mine, Mom said. I'll wait for the next batch. That's all right, I said. Go ahead and give them to Mom. I'll eat the next batch. I'll eat some of these grapes right here. Well, wait a second. My mom smiled from ear to ear as I quickly grabbed a fork and stabbed a fluffy bite of egg, pulling it off of her plate as my uncle handed it to her. You can have all of it, she said, stopping in mid-motion. No, I'll wait, I said, smiling as I popped a bite of hers into my mouth. Uncle Ted turned and smiled at me, giving me a wink like he was about to make me a giant plate of my own. Thank you, I said. He smiled and nodded.
You're welcome. How about you, Max? Uncle Ted asked. Can I interest you in some scrambled eggs? You definitely can, Max said. I'd love to eat some of your famous eggs. That would be great. Thank you.
My uncle smiled proudly as he turned around to continue cooking. He stuck out his chest as if making eggs for Max Blair was the coolest thing he had ever done.
Where'd you 2 go?
Blaze asked from over near the coffee pot. I could see from his sleepy expression that he had just woken up. Out on the lake, I said.
I gathered that,
he said. We just rowed out in that little wooden boat and watched the sunrise.
What time did that happen?
Blaze asked. 6.
My sister? Up at 6 in the morning?
He leaned over and looked at me like he was concerned for my health. I squinted at him, making a playful, sisterly face of warning. Blaze looked at Max.
She had to be at Mom's house at 8 that morning we left for the airport, and we were all worried she wouldn't make it.
It's not every day you get to hang out with Max Blair, I said.
Hear, hear,
Uncle Ted said.
Other people will be saying that about Colton, Max said. That boy of yours is the next big thing. They haven't smelled his potato chip farts, Blaze said.
My mom reached up and popped him on the back of the head, which made him give her a sideways glance. All of us chuckled at them. It is really exciting about Sweet Colton, my mom said, being sincere. I wonder what his number is going to be. I wonder if they'll make those jerseys with his name and number on the back and sell them in the gift shop. I want one of those.
Most definitely they'll make those for him, Max said. I don't know how quickly he will ascend the ranks and make it up to Cincinnati, but I do know that once he gets there, they'll have jerseys in the gift shop. One day, you guys will be sitting in the crowd, and you'll look out and see other people wearing his jersey. Did that happen to you? Blaze asked. Of course it did, Uncle Ted said, jumping on Blaze like it was a silly question. Yes, Max said, smiling at Blaze. I saw somebody pretty recently with one on, which was cool after all this time.
It hasn't been that long, Aunt Debbie said, since she thought it was something that she needed to say to make Max feel better in that situation, even though it wasn't. 7 years, I said. 7 years? Aunt Debbie asked, tilting her head as if wondering if that could possibly be true. Yes, ma'am, 7 years, Max said. And it somehow seems like yesterday and an eternity ago at the same time. That's how time always works, my mom said. The days seem like years and the years seem like days. That's exactly right, Max agreed. Did I hear you say you lived in Portland? My mom asked. She was an athlete in college, but she had moved on to other things since then, and she had the least interest of all of us when it came to keeping up with sports or professional athletes. I do live in Portland, Max said, but I was telling Story I go to Seattle all the time. I have clients there, and my brother lives there. And you grew up close by? Max nodded. Astoria. The rest of my family is all still there, except for Henry, the brother in Seattle. Do you think you'll stay in Portland? Mom asked. Are you settled there? It's a nice city, he said, nodding. It's close to my parents and to Henry. He shrugged, wearing an irresistible smile. I guess I like it for now, unless I change my mind. I've never been one who thinks I'm stuck somewhere. I'd be open to moving if I ever felt so inclined. But for now, my mom said, trailing off, nodding. I like Portland, Max said, finishing her statement. You'll have to come by and see us when you come to Seattle again, Mom said. I was tempted to tell my mother that, seeing as how he had a brother in the city, he probably had better things to do than to come see us. But I just held my tongue. I'd love to, Max said. Story already said she'd go to a show next time my brother plays. Oh, yeah, that'd be so cool, Blaze said. I'll go with her, too. Max looked at me and I smiled. I had not told Max that I would go to any show, but I didn't contradict him. I just smiled at Max and widened my eyes a little at him. He widened his eyes back at me. It was very subtle, but we were communicating with each other. I felt like I had rapport with Max, like I was friends with him. It was really cool having inside jokes with someone who so many people had idolized. How many are there in your family besides you and your brother in Seattle? My mom liked to get to know people, and she always asked direct questions like that. There are 4 of us, Max said. All boys. I'm the oldest. Then my brother Henry, who lives in Seattle. Our baby brothers are twins, Jasper and Jacob. They both still live in Astoria. They run a business together. Doing what? Mom asked. Guess, I said, since I knew the answer. My mom had no clue what Max's brothers did for a living, but I knew it would be fun for her to guess. She was always up for a guessing challenge. Newscasters, my mom said instantly. He said they run a business together, I said. Mom shrugged. You can have a business newscasting, can't you? Maybe, but that's not it. 2 more guesses, she said thoughtfully. They have a business building homes, she said. Construction workers. Close, Max said. Much closer than newscasters. Painters? She asked. Like house painters? Max shook his head. Docks, he said. Docks? Mom nodded. I should have thought of that. It was a hard game. Max said, smiling as he leaned against the counter. I bet with a few more guesses she would have had it, I said.
What did I miss?
Colton asked, coming into the kitchen. He was dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, and he still looked tired.
Aunt Tessa's just giving Max the 3rd degree,
Uncle Ted announced. I was just asking him about his family, she said, defending herself.
I got invited to watch his brother's band play next time Max comes to a show in Seattle,
Blaze said.
You piggybacked on your sister's invitation,
my dad said, chiming in.
Uh-huh, he sure did,
Uncle Ted agreed, nodding and giving Blaze a hard time.
So?
Blaze said smugly.
I'm not trying to pass up the chance to see Delicate Balance with the lead singer's brother, especially when that brother is Max Blair.
He shrugged and looked directly at Max.
Sometimes it's the price you've got to pay if you want to date my sister.
Max glanced at me when Blaze said that, and I smiled at him and rolled my eyes a little in regards to my brother's statement. He knows you're not trying to date me, I said apologetically. Chapter 8. Max and Colton went to Fayetteville that morning to practice some and meet with a few of his coaches. They were gone for a few hours, and when they returned, we had already eaten lunch and left on the boat. We didn't know how long they would be, so we went on with our day. We left on the pontoon boat not long after we ate. It was me, Sam, Blaze, Preston, Case, and the 2 from Nashville, Cameron and Daniel. Having a brother and male cousins, I often found myself in situations where I was outnumbered by men. I had always gotten along fine with guys, though, so I never really thought twice about it. We took the pontoon boat to a different part of the lake, to a spot where we could no longer see Colton's house. Sam and Colton had some friends who lived on a tucked-away, shady cove. They had a nice dock that had a huge rope swing, and we tied the boat to their dock so we could get on and off and use the swing. We had been there for an hour or so when Colton and Max walked onto the dock. They had obviously parked at the person's house because they came by land to meet us and not by water. They were dressed for getting in the water, though, and so were their companions. Girls. Young women. Beautiful young women. Thankfully, I knew I wouldn't react negatively because I was not competitive with women at all. That was a positive side effect to my no dating rule. I didn't know these girls, but they were smiling and they looked nice enough, and I was sure I had something in common with them. Normally, I would have been happy to see a few girls join the party. As they drew closer, however, I began to feel slightly annoyed. It was Colton, Max, and 3 young ladies, all of whom had on swimwear. Negative thoughts started to creep in, and I caught myself making assumptions about the girls that were likely not true at all. I caught myself feeling inexplicably jealous of them as they walked up with Colton and Max. Obviously, I didn't care if girls liked Colton. I knew it was about Max. Those jealous feelings were somewhat foreign to me, and in those seconds, as they approached, I did a quick evaluation on myself. My jealousy was over Max, but it was for reasons other than me being attracted to him as a man. He was famous. I admired him as a ball player and a leader. I had spent some quality time with him, talking about deeper-than-surface-level stuff. I wanted him to be my friend. I wanted to be the one who made an impression on him during his trip to Arkansas, not some giggling girl in a bikini. So yes, I was jealous, but not in the way you might be thinking. I wanted his attention, but in a completely platonic way. That didn't even change when he peeled off his shirt and I saw his muscular body. He looked like he was sculpted out of clay. He had a scar running across the middle of his body, completely across one side. It went from his left side, just above the hip, all the way to his middle back. The scar had faded, and it blended in with the ridges of his body, but it was a long, highly noticeable scar, and I could only imagine the healing that had to take place. None of us asked Max about it. None of us mentioned his accident at all. Everyone just got along and had fun together. In spite of my first reaction, I ended up liking the girls. It wasn't that difficult once I got to know them a little. They were some of Colton's friends from college, and they were all really outgoing and nice. Another one of their friends showed up, which made 4 girls besides me. It was an afternoon of splashing, flips, swinging, and belly flops. We played music, and we interacted with other people who were on the lake and came by. I wasn't sure if Max would use the rope swing or not, but he did. He even rode back to the house with us on the boat, which I thought was pretty brave. It was a full day, and we didn't head back to the house until almost dinner time. Colton and most of the girls, along with my brother and Daniel from Nashville, drove back to the house in Colton's truck, but Max stayed in the group that traveled back on the pontoon boat. I sat by him as we headed back. I leaned over to speak to him as we rode. "How are you doing?" I asked, since we were going much faster than we had been when we were rowing that morning.
"I'm great," he said, leaning in. "How are you?"
"I'm good. That was fun. What do you think about going to the movies?" I asked. I had heard Colton and his friends mention the possibility of seeing a movie when they were talking earlier. Max leaned over to speak to me.
"Are you going?"
he asked. "Only if you are," I said. "I don't care about going to the movies. I'm up for hanging out with everyone, but I don't really want to see anything that's playing right now. I don't know for sure if they'll go, but we could just plan on hanging out at the house either way if you want."
"Yes, I do want that,"
Max said. "We could just watch a movie at the house," I added. Max nodded.
"That would be amazing."
"I know you need to get some work done before you fly out tomorrow," I said, since it was something he had already told me. He nodded, staring at me with an expression I couldn't quite read.
"I'll make time for that,"
he said. No one ended up going to the movies. My aunt and uncle ordered pizza, and we played games and hung out upstairs in the game room. Our parents would come up some of the time, too, and at any given time there were 10 to 20 people in there. Max and I stayed together the whole time. If there was a game, we were partners, and if there was a lull in the overall conversation, we turned to each other. From an outsider's viewpoint, it might have looked like we were interested in each other. And to an extent, and in an innocent way, that was the truth. Max and I had true interest in each other. It was fun getting to know him. It was refreshing how much we had in common. We were like the male and female versions of the same person. Someone would say something, and he and I would look at each other and just know that we were thinking the same thing. I felt like I had found a counterpart of sorts. And still, I wasn't attracted to him. Well, I was attracted to him, but I wasn't tempted by it. I still held true in my convictions that my life was better as a single person. I appreciated that Max Blair was quite possibly the world's most perfect man, but that was simply a true fact. Like, the grass is green, bacon tastes good, Max is perfect. I wasn't emotional about it. I simply chose to have fun and enjoy the experience of getting to know him while it lasted. I went to bed at midnight, promising that I would meet Max in the morning so we could watch the sunrise again. I set my alarm for a few minutes earlier than I had the previous morning, so that I could catch him before he walked to the dock. I went downstairs and made a cup of coffee. I was standing there drinking it when I realized that he might have already gone down to the dock without me. I peered out the window in much the same way that I had done the morning before. Yep, he was down there. I could see there was a light on. I had my phone with me this time, and I picked it up. I had gotten his number the night before, and I looked up his contact and pressed the button to call him. I held the phone to my ear as it rang.
"Hello?"
I heard Max's deep voice from over the phone, and I smiled. "Hey," I said.
"Hey."
"Why are you already down there?"
"Because I'm getting the boat ready. I'm waiting for you."
"I thought you were going to stay up here and wait for me."
"Are you scared to walk down?"
He was sweet and serious. I knew he'd be willing to come get me. "No," I said. It was mostly true. I knew I'd be fine. I was distracted by the fact that Max was waiting for me at the bottom of the path. "Give me 2 minutes to finish my coffee and I'll head down there."
"Are you sure you're good?"
"Yeah, definitely. I'll see you in a few."
"Okay,"
he said. I don't know why I did what I did next. I left my phone in the kitchen. There was a perfectly good flashlight on it, and I could have used it. I told myself it was because I didn't want to take it on the boat and risk getting it wet, but I wasn't altogether sure why I had left it. Either way, it was dark out, and I ran down that path to meet him. He had started up the path to meet me, and we caught up to each other before I made my way to the dock. I saw him on the path, and I smiled. I was jogging, so I closed the distance quickly. I didn't stop until I was smack dab in his arms. I didn't mean to hit him so directly and firmly, but he was headed toward me, and I misjudged my own momentum. I landed in his arms, and he caught me. I had been jogging, so I was out of breath, same as yesterday. It was dark on the path, and we grasped onto each other. The side of my face rested on his chest as I caught my breath. I felt comfortable and secure. Safe.
"Why do you scare yourself like that?"
He said.
"Why didn't you just let me come to the house and get you?"
I pulled back a little, taking a step away when it registered how tightly I had been holding on to him. "I'm fine," I said. "I didn't want you to have to go back up there." The truth was that I wasn't scared at all. I hadn't been running from any sea serpent. This time, I was just running to get to him. Same as yesterday, we got into the boat and rowed onto the lake. This time, we went a little further out before dropping anchor.
"I was thinking about yesterday,"
he said after a few minutes. "What about it?"
"Coming out here and doing this,"
he said.
"The conversation we had. I was thinking about the things you told me."
"Which things?"
"Your past,"
he said.
"The thing that happened when you were a kid, and then the guy you dated in college."
"Why were you thinking about that?" I asked, not looking at him.
"Well, that I hope you know those things don't make you any different than anyone else. We all have things. That happening to you doesn't mean you can't have a regular life with someone who cares about you."
"Oh, I know that," I said. "I don't feel guilty or dirty or unlovable or anything. I don't know. I don't feel like pursuing that in my life anymore."
"Okay."
He said it in a lighthearted way, but I could tell he got the point and he wasn't going to press the subject.
"But just know, if you ever change your mind."
He trailed off. I thought he was going to think about it for a second and continue, but he didn't. He stayed silent. "If I ever change my mind, what?" I asked.
"If you ever change your mind about dating, then I know you could find someone who's trustworthy. Someone who would love you for exactly who you are."
"Oh, you think I could?" I asked, messing with him a little.
"I mean, I don't know anyone personally,"
he said.
"but I'm sure if you looked hard enough, you could find someone."
I squinted up at him. He was being deadpan, and I smiled. I knew he had been talking about himself. At least I thought, or maybe hoped he was. But I was already on edge from all the unwanted feelings I was experiencing when it came to Max. I found myself wanting to make him spell it out for me, and I knew I couldn't go there, so I opted for changing the subject. "I really do appreciate the kindness, Max," I said, staring at the ever-changing sky. "I have honestly never told a soul what I told you on this boat yesterday. And I appreciate you listening and not judging me."
"You're welcome, but it's the same as you not judging me,"
he said. "For what?" I asked.
"For being scared of boats."
"You're not scared of boats," I said. I gave him a shrug. "Not from what I can see. You're on one right now."
"I guess I am,"
he said. "Are you scared?" I asked.
"No."
"See, I have nothing on you. You have tons of dirt on me, and I have none on you at all. Just some non-existent boat fear." Max laughed at that.
"You want something real?"
he asked after a few seconds of silence. "Yes," I said.
"How real?"
he asked. "As real as it gets. As real as what I told you." He was silent for a few seconds before he breathed a thoughtful sigh.
I haven't talked to the guy who caused the accident. Matthew's his name. He tried to contact me a few times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him. I don't know if I'll ever be.
"Why not?"
Because he's going to ask for my forgiveness.
"And you can't forgive him?"
I don't know. I think I already have. I just can't be confronted with it. I can't imagine standing there telling him out loud that I forgive him and that everything's fine.
Why not? I asked.
I don't know. I just remember his face as he was driving that boat. He was intense, wild-eyed, messing around with me like he was going to wreck us on purpose. It was almost like he was a kamikaze pilot.
You think he meant to do it? I asked. I didn't even know what happened in your accident. I didn't know someone else was driving. Max nodded dazedly.
We had been with other friends that day, but he and I were on the boat alone when it happened. He was taking me back to my truck. We were tearing across the water, and he started acting like he was about to play chicken with the bridge posts.
Do you think he wrecked you guys on purpose?
No. I just remember him trying to get a reaction out of me. And the next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital.
He paused, but then continued.
Anyway, my mom's a big stickler for forgiveness. So I told her I had talked to Matthew, but I haven't. So there's something else for you. I love my dear mother, and I lied to her about talking to that guy.
I took a minute to evaluate everything he had said. Unforgiveness and lies, I said finally. I think that'll pass. I'll take that.
What will you do with it?
He asked. Nothing. I'll do nothing with it. Besides, realize you're human, just like me. Chapter 9. 3.5 months later. Late September. Seattle, Washington. I cannot wait to see this band. Thank you so much for inviting me, Story. Seriously, I love them. They're like one of my favorites ever. My good friend and fitness trainer, Anna, was the one thanking me. She and my brother were both going with me to the Delicate Balance show that evening. She was currently at my apartment. Both of us were dressed and ready to go. We were hanging out in the kitchen, waiting on my brother to pick us up. I had a small decorative mirror on the wall near the fridge, and Anna absent-mindedly stared at her reflection as she spoke to me. I'm excited too, I said. Henry's married to a girl named Aiden. Max said she might be sitting with us. Does that mean we have front row? Are we going to get to meet the band? Anna glanced at me and I shrugged. Are you dating that guy now? She asked. We were close enough friends that she knew my dating situation. No, I said, even though it made me cringe like I was lying. Because you've been talking a long time. It was like 6 months ago when you met him. 4, I said, not even. Still, don't you talk every day? Yeah, but it's not like that, I said. I talk to you all the time and we're friends. Max and I don't even mean to talk every day. It just works out like that. It started with emails. I'd answer his and ask him a question, and then he'd answer me back and ask me a question. For the longest, that was the only way we even talked, just over email. Which is different from now, how? She asked. Now we talk on the phone or text, but still, it's not like that. I promise, we're just friends. There's never any mention of us dating or anything. We just talk about life. Friend stuff. Anna turned to look at me, tilting her head as if studying me. So you'd be fine if he dated someone else? She asked, blinking. Yes, I spoke with utter conviction. I would be happy for Max to date someone. I mean, I definitely wasn't going to look at him because I thought you liked him or whatever, but if you're serious about that, I'd like to meet him. I blinked at Anna, not knowing what to say. She was my most gorgeous friend. She was a fitness trainer with a perfect body. Her hair, skin, and teeth were all pretty much perfect, too. Anna Harrison was a gigantic catch. She was visually stunning, and she was nice to boot. She and Max would make a gorgeous couple. You are going to meet him, I said. I know, but maybe you could... She paused and lifted her eyebrows. Introduce me, she said. I'd love to introduce you to him, I said, since there wasn't much else I could say. Seriously? Oh my gosh, I'm nervous now. I haven't been on a date since Jason. Jason was her ex. They had been broken up for a while, what must have been 6 or 8 months. Anna turned and started checking her face more thoroughly in the mirror. "You know he lives in Portland, right?" I asked. "Yeah," she said with a shrug. "It's not that far, really. And I'm not trying to marry him tonight or anything." I felt slightly sick to my stomach. I knew I was experiencing jealousy, and I was somewhat disappointed in myself for it. I didn't care if Max dated someone. I just didn't want him to do it right in front of me. I didn't want it to be Anna. It would have been fine if he brought a girlfriend with him from Portland. I realized these feelings were ridiculous, and I promised myself that I would do my best to put in a good word for Anna. Because of work, Max would barely make it to the show on time. But he was spending the night in Seattle, and we had already made plans to see each other the following day. I knew he wanted to see the building progress on the park, and I was excited to give him the tour. I came close to mentioning that to Anna. I almost invited her to come along. But I held my tongue. It was so close to coming out of my mouth that she could tell I was about to say something. "What?" she asked. "No, nothing. I was just wondering what you would do if you met Max and you didn't like how he looked. Maybe we should have a code word in case you decide you don't want me to say anything to him." "Oh, no, I know what Max looks like," she said. "It was all over the news when that accident happened. And then, of course, I searched him when you told me you guys were talking. There's a bunch of pictures of what he looks like now. He's hot. I remember wondering how long you were going to last before you caved." "I haven't caved," I said. I took a sip from my water bottle to hide any annoyance I felt. "I mean, if you're sure, I'd definitely be into meeting him." "I'm 100% sure," I said, lying. I had never been to the venue before, and I had no idea we would be sitting at a table. The floor nearest the stage was filled with tables. Behind the tables and on the balcony were rows and rows of assigned seating. It was a huge venue, and the tables near the stage were definitely the best seats in the house. There were 8 people at each one. Blaze, Anna, and I sat with Aiden and a few of her and Henry's friends. Max's seat was left open during most of the opening band's set. He came in just after they had announced that they only had a few more songs to play. I was actually relieved that I wasn't sitting next to him, because my heart ached a little and I got a rush of nerves when he came in. With the way Aiden and her friends had split up the table, it was impossible for more than one of us to sit next to Max. Per her request, I had left that honor to Anna. I watched as Max looked around the table before he sat down. He smiled and waved at Aiden, and then his gaze fell on me. He waved at me and held the smile, but he seemed slightly perplexed that I was sitting on the other side of the table. Max got settled in his chair during all of this across-the-table eye contact, and I watched as Anna leaned over to say something to him. The band was in the middle of playing a song. The music and lights were all very distracting, and yet I still just stared at them as she spoke. I watched Max's confused expression slowly change. He smiled and nodded before turning to speak to her. I could hear nothing they were saying. And then a moment later, Aiden reached over the table to touch him in greeting. Max reached out and shook her hand, smiling. "I'm glad you're here," she said. I could hear her because she was yelling over the volume of the music. "I'm glad too," he said. "Sorry I'm late." His eyes met mine again after he spoke to Aiden, but he didn't say anything to me. I couldn't even tell what he was thinking. He sat back in his chair and said something to Anna. She laughed and leaned in to speak to him. They had several exchanges, looking way too comfortable. I wouldn't say I watched them talk, but I did glance over there quite a bit. I was jealous. Not because I wanted to be Max's girlfriend, but because I missed him. It was my first time to see him since that trip to Arkansas. I had gotten to know him quite well during the last few months, and I was looking forward to catching up with him. I was annoyed with Anna for swooping in and completely changing my plans for the evening. This was exactly why dating ruined everything. If she could have just calmed down and treated a person like a person instead of some piece of meat that she wanted to get fixed up with, we could have avoided this whole situation. Things were so much less complicated when people were just friends with each other, instead of needing to scope each other out all the time. I wished people could just settle themselves down and act decent for once. I had to stop thinking about it so I wouldn't be so annoyed. It had been my choice to invite Anna. It had been my choice to tell her I would introduce her to Max. And it had been my choice to let them sit together. At any time, I could have refrained from doing any of those things.
This is amazing.
My brother leaned over to talk to me as soon as the opening band left the stage. I know, I said, clapping a few more times before folding my hands in my lap. There was an announcement that Delicate Balance would take the stage in 10 minutes, and pre-recorded music played over the speakers as techs scrambled to get instruments on and off the stage. Several times during the intermission, I glanced at Max. Each time, he was talking to Anna. My brother and I made small talk with Aiden and one of her friends who had been sitting on either side of us. My brother turned to speak to Aiden's friend, and Aiden drew closer, speaking directly to me. I still get nervous for Henry, she said, glancing toward the stage with a sweet, worried expression. Really? She nodded. I know I shouldn't be. There's no point. He does amazing every time. I just can't help it. I've got crazy butterflies right now. It's okay. I have butterflies too, I said, since it was the truth. I shrugged. I think everybody's nervous and excited for the show, especially since we're up here in the front. I looked around, taking in our surroundings. It was a visually interesting venue with an old warehouse feel. I glanced at Max again, and sure enough, he was engaged in conversation with Anna. She was smiling and talking to him. I wished she wasn't so beautiful. And then I remembered that I didn't care if she was beautiful. She was a nice person. It was kind of me to let them meet each other. Aiden must have seen me looking at them because she said, "Who's your friend?" "Anna," I said. "She's my fitness trainer." I could see that," Aiden said, nodding as she glanced at Anna again. "I've known her for years. She's super sweet." "And this is your brother next to you?" Aiden asked, clarifying. "Yes, I'm sorry. Blaze. This is Blaze." I leaned back a little so she could get a look at my brother, but he was still talking to the girl next to him. "I thought they were together," Aiden said. "Who?" I asked. "Your brother and your friend. I knew which one you were when you came in. Max had shown us your picture before, so I just assumed the other two were a couple." "No, Blaze wishes," I said, laughing a little. Blaze was a handsome guy, but he was about 5 years younger than Anna, and he was not quite ready for that much woman yet. Aiden looked across the table again. "I guess I was just surprised that you didn't leave a spot open for Max near you," she said. "From what Henry was saying, he thought Max was—" She trailed off. "Never mind." She looked like she regretted mentioning it, but I knew she was curious. "Max and I are just friends," I said. That statement was starting to sound redundant and maybe even ridiculous to me. I didn't know why I felt like I needed to say it all the time. I didn't know why I needed to defend myself about it. "Oh, okay. Because I know he was looking forward to seeing you. Henry was telling me all about you. He showed me that video about the skate park you're building." "That's sweet," I said. "I was looking forward to seeing him too. We talk all the time, but I never get to see him, so it's great to see him." I cringed at my own inability to form a proper sentence. "I know. That's why I was surprised you left the open seat near your friend." "Well, I hesitated, but then I went ahead and said the truth. "She wants to hook up with him," I said, "with Max. She asked me to introduce them. I didn't know what else to do." Aiden glanced across the table with wide eyes before looking at me again. "So you brought your friend here to hook her up with Max?" "Yeah, but when I invited her, I didn't plan to. She just asked me about it right before we came here tonight." Aiden glanced at them again, looking comically uncertain. "Does Max know what's going on?" she asked. I stared at the couple. They were talking and smiling. "I'm sure he does now." Chapter 10. I considered what Aiden said to me about Max, the way she seemed so perplexed that I would try to set him up with my friend. I felt confused, and I was distracted for the remainder of our conversation. She asked me questions about the skate park, and I answered them as best I could while being preoccupied by Max and Anna, and how weird it was that I wasn't the one sitting next to him. I wanted to talk to Max. I thought about using the restroom to see if he would follow me, but before I knew it, it was too late. The lights went down, and a big screen rolled out of a device near the overhead lighting rig. I had seen Delicate Balance before, and I knew that a short video was about to play on the screen. That was exactly what happened, and then Henry's band came on stage immediately afterward. I had lost my chance. I glanced at Max and Anna again, even though it was fairly obvious when I looked their way. I was pleased to find out that they were no longer talking. They were just sitting next to each other, staring straight ahead, watching the show like regular humans. It really was amazing seeing Henry Blair sing and perform from this perspective. We were only a few feet from the front of the stage, and he was a captivating performer. I watched 2 whole songs feeling like I was in a trance. "He's so good," I said, leaning over to speak to Aiden after the second song. She shot me a sweet, thankful smile, continuing to clap as she leaned toward me. I used the opportunity to say something else to her. "I'll be right back," I said. "It's bad timing, but I need to visit the ladies' room." I had been wanting to excuse myself since Max arrived, but I couldn't do it right when Aiden started talking to me, or right when Henry came out on the stage. It had been 20 or 30 minutes since Max came in, and all I had managed to get from him were stolen glances. It was frustrating, especially since our friendship had developed so much and had always been based on being honest and open. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to at least give us the opportunity to talk. I glanced at Max as I stood up. I wasn't expecting him to look at me, but our eyes met. His dark eyes carried weight. His expression was serious. My heart pounded. I shot him a little smile, and then I glanced toward the back of the venue, looking for any sign of a restroom. I walked toward the right to head away from the stage. It seemed like the best direction to go if I wanted to be discreet, so I went for it. I glanced behind me after I made my way to the edge of the area with tables. My heart skipped a beat when I saw that Max was in the process of getting up from his chair. I hesitated near the sidewall, behind the audience, watching Max. He must have seen me head this direction, because he came my way. I saw him scan the crowd, and I moved so that he could catch sight of me. His eyes met mine, and he continued moving in my direction. He walked with a determined stride, stealthily dodging any obstacle in his path. My heart was racing like crazy. I glanced behind him onto the floor to see if Anna was following us, but I didn't see her. I turned and continued walking again once Max had almost caught up to me. I kept going, all the way to the back of the room where I found the hallway that led to the lobby where we had come in. It was well lit near the area by the door, but I stopped in the middle of the hallway in an area that was dimly lit. I just wanted us to be alone so that I could apologize to him. There were curtains lining all the walls, and I stopped and leaned against one of them, sinking back several inches into the fabric before my back hit the hard wall. Max came to stand directly in front of me, staring down at me. He just stood there, and I had no idea what he was thinking or what he would say. There was about a foot or two of space between us, and I felt fidgety, like I wanted to reach out and touch him. Just touch him on the arm to make sure I wasn't imagining him. He was bigger than I remembered, more broad-chested, and I smiled and widened my eyes, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sight of him. "Hi," I said. My voice cracked and I cleared my throat. "Hello," I repeated, trying a different word.
"Hi, Story,"
he said, still looking serious. "I'm sorry about Anna," I said. Max glanced away and sighed, rubbing his jaw.
"Yeah, I have to admit I was a little surprised when she informed me we were on a blind date."
"She said what?" I asked. "She said that? What did she say to you?"
"That she was your friend, your trainer, and that you thought we would really get along."
"She said, I thought you two would get along?" I asked, my hand to my chest and my voice an octave higher than normal.
"Did you not say that?"
"I mean, yeah, I think you would get along, but I didn't. It was her idea to sit by you and talk to you. She wanted to meet you. I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. We got here and there was only going to be one seat open next to you, and she assumed she could. I trailed off because Max had taken a step closer to me. He wore a serious, contemplative expression, and he scanned my face. I felt breathless under his inspection. I stopped talking, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at me. I could only take it for a couple of seconds before I had to break the silence. "What?" I asked. "What are you thinking right now?"
"I'm just looking at you,"
he said.
"It's been a long time. I just wanted to look at your face."
I knew the feeling. I could not stop staring at his face either. He was only a foot or so in front of me, and his handsome face was in perfect focus. Our bodies weren't touching, but we were close. I could feel the warmth of his presence. The curves of his mouth, I followed them to the indentation above his lip. He had some facial hair, but it was so short that I could clearly see the shape of his face. I stared at his cheek and jaw, thinking he looked big. I had to fight the urge to reach up and put my palm on it, just to measure it against my hand. I imagined myself doing it, which made my heart pound. I smiled at the feeling, and Max let out a sigh that almost sounded pained. He turned to the side and ran his hand through his hair, and then his eyes met mine again. I had been staring at his mouth, and now that I was looking into his eyes again, they were impossibly dark and thoughtful. "I'm sorry about Anna," I repeated, since I felt dazed and couldn't think of what else to say. "I was looking forward to getting to hang out with you, but she was at my apartment before we came over here, and she mentioned wanting to meet you."
"So it wasn't your idea?"
he asked. No, I mean, of course she would say it was because it would have been awkward for her to tell you it was her idea. I'm not mad at her for that."
"Am I supposed to be stuck being on a date with her now?"
His face was perplexed and maybe even a little put off. It made me laugh. I never dreamed I'd hear someone say they were stuck going out with Anna. I didn't have to explain what I meant by that. She was stunning. I remembered the way she and Max had been looking at each other at the table, and I felt an unwanted stab of jealousy. "You seemed like you were enjoying yourself at the table," I said, trying not to sound as stubborn as I felt.
"What was I supposed to do? Tell her to move? Tell her to switch places with you? That's what I wanted to do."
I could not stop the smile that spread across my face when he said that.
"Your smile, it's... Story, I've just been waiting so long to see it. I was trying to remember it."
"I kind of forgot what you looked like, too," I said. "It's weird talking through email and the phone for so long and then seeing what you look like again. It's like we're pen pals."
"Is that what you tell yourself? That you're my pen pal?"
Max regarded my face, scanning it from my eyes down to my mouth. He was slightly dangerous looking. It left me absolutely breathless. I let out a little nervous laugh. "I'm just saying, it's hard to believe you're the same guy I talk to every day."
"What's hard to believe about it?"
he asked. I had no idea how to answer. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't know I was going to see you." He tilted his head as I spoke. Clearly, I knew I was going to see him. We had been planning it for weeks. I was nervous and jittery, and it caused me to ramble. "I knew I was going to see you, obviously. I just didn't know how I was exactly going to react."
"And how did you react?"
he asked patiently. It was comical trying to figure out how to answer that question without flat out telling him that my insides were a chaotic mess at the moment. I stared at him, feeling smooth on the outside when my heart was pounding like a jackhammer. How did I react to seeing him? That was his question. The answer was that I could hardly breathe. I stared at him for several seconds, hesitating. And then I did the only thing I could think to do. It was the only way I could explain something I didn't even fully understand. I reached down and took him by the hand. I pulled him towards me, turning his hand and placing his palm on my chest. I knew he could feel my pulse, because I could feel it with my hand covering his. It was essentially the first time I had touched him in months, and my breathing became more and more labored once I caught on to that fact. I took his hand off my chest, giving it back to him once I realized I was reacting more than I should. I shouldn't have even put his hand on my chest in the first place. I don't know what I was thinking. "I know you wanted to come see the skate park tomorrow," I said. "But I was thinking we could get together early and go hit some balls."
At a batting cage?
Max asked. I shook my head. "I thought we'd just take a bucket of balls to the field and you can toss them up to yourself and hit them to me."
"Oh, so just me and you?"
he asked.
"None of your friends are coming along?"
"I could bring her if you want," I said, shrugging and feeling shy.
"I do not want that,"
he said plainly. Chapter 11. "We better go back in there," I said to Max after we spent several minutes catching up in the hallway and making plans for the next day.
"What am I doing?"
he asked. I gave him a curious glance. "What do you mean?"
"When I go out there, do I get to sit by you or not?"
I stared up at him, feeling incapable of making sense of my feelings. I swallowed hard and he gave me a resigned sigh.
"I'll sit by your friend."
"Or you could sit by Blaze and I could—" Never mind, that would probably be the same as... He stared down at me patiently.
"Are you just not ready for people to know that you like me?"
he asked. I opened my mouth, trying to answer him, but feeling stiff and hesitant. "I'm not even sure if I'm ready for me to know that yet." He stared at me.
"But you know it's true, right?"
I blinked at him and bit my bottom lip. "That I like you?" I asked.
"Yes."
I stared into his dark, seemingly bottomless eyes. He was flat out asking me if I liked him. I was so completely set on my life going a certain way that it was difficult for me to imagine that I was even considering saying yes to that question. "I think I might," I said, since I couldn't come right out and say it, but I also couldn't deny him. He put his mouth closer to my ear.
"I'll go out there, and I'll sit by your friend, but it's not a date. I'm not going to hold her hand or kiss her or anything."
Now he was just trying to get a rise out of me. It was working. I felt like I wanted to fight Anna at the sheer thought of Max holding her hand or kissing her. "I'm not going to force you to kiss anyone if you're not into it," I said, shrugging nonchalantly like I didn't care. He put his mouth even closer to my ear.
"You know there's only one woman I am trying to kiss, right?"
His question, combined with his proximity, made my blood run warm. "I hope so," I said, nodding a little.
"Do you know who she is?"
he asked. I hesitated for a few seconds, but then I answered with, "I think so."
"She makes me wait 200 times longer for her than I would have to for a regular girl."
I pulled back and stared into his eyes. "She does?" He nodded. "Are you okay with that?" I asked. He nodded again, slowly.
"Yes, I am, Story."
Both of us knew we needed to head back to the concert, but Max stared at me like he wanted to say something else.
"Do you remember that verse you told me about? The one with your birthday numbers?"
I knew exactly what he was talking about. Way back in Arkansas, when we first met, I told him that my birthday was on December 12th, 12/12. Therefore, I had always liked the number 12. It was always my number in softball, and it happened to be Max's number when he played for the Dodgers. He had been the number 7 during most of his high school and college career, but the number 7 was already taken when he joined the Dodgers roster. He had gone for 12 since it was the lowest of the available numbers when he joined the team. We had a long conversation about it when we were in Arkansas. I had told him about my favorite Bible verse, which was Romans chapter 12, verse 12. Rejoice in our confident hope, be patient in trouble, and keep praying. It was a simple verse that seemed to sum it all up for me. I also got a sense of encouragement from it, which always came in handy at times when my world seemed full of trouble. I liked that the numbers were 1212, like me, and I identified what it said. It was a verse I had always hung on to. We hadn't talked about it since then, so I was surprised he was bringing it up now, but I knew just what he was talking about when he mentioned it.
I read that, and I thought about it,
he continued. And what did you think?
I liked it.
I smiled. And that's all you wanted to tell me? That you liked it?
Yes, I liked it.
Why didn't you tell me that before, like when we were on the phone?
Because it wasn't until I started talking to you here in person that I thought about patience, and it made me think of that verse.
Well, I'm happy you're feeling patient, I said. Patience is a virtue, you know. I said the words as I slipped away from him, heading back toward the concert.
Are we going?
He asked, following after me. Yep, I said, smiling and looking over my shoulder as I walked. Henry was in the middle of performing a song when we made our way back to the table. The audience was mostly in darkness, though, and aside from the people at our table, no one seemed to notice us or care that we were moving around. Aiden glanced at me like she was a little curious about where I had gone, but she didn't mention it or ask any questions. For the remainder of the concert, I swam in a sea of emotions. The music, indie rock with hints of electronica, only added to the surreal feeling. There were lights and sounds and sights, and my mind kept wandering, thinking, changing, and shifting. One minute I would be ecstatic that Max looked at me in the hallway like he could barely stop himself from kissing me. And the next minute, I'd insist to myself that kissing him would be the biggest mistake I could ever make. After all, if we would kiss, then where would it stop after that? Where would we draw the line? We would move forward. We would change into something we're not right now. There would be no going back to being non-kissing friends after that. I didn't feel ready to be at that kind of crossroads. That was why I had told him I needed him to be patient instead of kissing him myself like my body wanted to. Gosh, he was a gorgeous, wonderful guy, though. Even better than I remembered. We went to the band's green room after the concert. Everyone sitting at our table, and also the table right next to us, got invited to go backstage. Anna held on to my arm, and Blaze and Max walked near us. It was smaller and darker than I imagined it would be. There were only a few couches and tables. None of us even sat down. Everyone was standing in groups around the room. There were what must have been 30 or so people back there, and everything seemed like a squished whirlwind. I got separated from Max and Anna when we were shifting to make room, and I ended up talking to Aiden and some of her friends. The other band members came in, but Henry was a few minutes late. Aiden told us he was cleaning up and changing, but only moments after we got there, he came over to us, smiling and looking larger than life as he came into the room.
All right, who do we have here?
He kissed Aiden.
Hey, baby,
he said, pausing and offering her a quick, personal smile. Hey, you did great. He rubbed her side.
Thank you. Hey, brother,
Henry continued, stepping forward and hugging Max. They embraced and patted each other on the back with a couple of hearty slaps.
And to whom do I owe a thank you for inspiring my big brother to come to one of my shows?
Henry started to scan our faces as he looked around. There were 8 or 10 of us standing around him, so it took him a few seconds to make his way to me. My heart sped up when his eyes met mine. I saw his expression soften, and his concentration turn to a smile.
Here she is, the famous Miss Storybook. I have heard a lot about this one.
He stepped forward and hugged me, and I hugged him back, trying not to giggle nervously.
What's up, Kristen? Lucas?
Henry leaned past me and shook hands with the people standing behind me.
Who's this?
He asked, shaking my brother's hand when he saw that he was standing right next to me.
Blaze, I'm Story's brother. Oh, okay,
Henry said. And this is Anna, I said. She had stepped toward me during the exchange. Henry glanced at Anna and smiled, shaking her hand.
"Thanks for coming out,"
he said. He shook hands with the others who were standing nearby, saying words of greeting and making light conversation. He was tired from the show, but he was happy. He looked at Max after he took a minute with the others.
"You're staying at the house tonight, right?"
Max nodded.
"Why don't you get some food on your way over?"
Henry asked. "We have a ton of stuff at the house," Aiden said. "I just went to Costco."
"I know, but I want some chips and queso."
"Yeah, I didn't get that at Costco," Aiden said dryly. Max looked at me.
"How did you get here?"
he asked. "My brother," I said. He looked at Blaze.
"I'll get her home,"
he said. He glanced at me.
"I won't make you stay out too late. You can just ride with me to get my brother some chips."
I regarded Blaze and then Anna. "Blaze can just drop you off at your car," I said. "Will that work?" She looked a little surprised, but she nodded all the same. Henry had been saying goodbye to someone else, but he turned to me.
"Is it all worked out?"
he asked. I nodded.
"Okay, so we'll see you two at the house. Everyone else, it was nice seeing you and meeting you. It's been a good night. I appreciate you coming out."
Before I knew it, I was climbing into Max's truck. It was a brand spanking new Chevy, the new body style with sporty tires and all the extras. It was dark gray and shining like it had just been waxed. I was a little surprised at how cool it was. I felt important getting into it. "Where are we going?" I asked once he sat in the driver's seat.
"I was hoping you would tell me. I would love for you to find a restaurant close to here or close to Henry's."
"Where does Henry live?" I asked. Max spouted off an address, and I quickly typed it into my phone. It was 20 minutes from where we were. I recognized the neighborhood. I knew we would have a better selection of restaurants closer to Henry's house than we would where we were. I told Max as much, and he started driving. "I can't believe you straight up asked Blaze to take Anna home," I said as I searched for Mexican restaurants in my browser.
"Why can't you believe it?"
he asked.
"I got the job done, didn't I?"
"Yeah, I guess you did," I said, smiling. I scrolled restaurants until I found one I had in mind. "I've been to this one before," I said. "It's good. What should I order?"
"Some chips and dip. And, I don't know, some tacos or quesadillas. Anything's fine, really."
I placed the call, taking care of talking to the lady as confidently as I could in spite of not being exactly sure what to order. Max was smiling when I hung up the phone. "What?"
You're adorable. I want to put you in a bottle on a shelf and just stare at you."
"Weird," I said, teasing him.
"Yeah, that is weird. But you are adorable. You talked to the person at that restaurant with a Spanish accent just now."
"No, I did not," I said, squinting at him. I kind of knew it was the truth, which made me blush.
"Yes, you did,"
he said, wearing a broad smile.
"You asked for 2 orders of queso and 2 steak quesadillas."
He spoke with such a terrible, thick, fake Spanish accent that I could not keep from laughing. "I did not," I said.
"You did have a little accent,"
he said, smiling and nodding. Chapter 12. Henry and Aiden had a charming home in one of Seattle's sweetest artsy neighborhoods. The house itself wasn't gigantic, but there was a tall iron fence surrounding it, and their lot had plenty of shade and privacy. It was in the middle of an established, busy neighborhood, yet it was impossible to see another house from their patio. That was where we went to eat our takeout. I looked around, thinking I should make myself a space just like it. It was more of a courtyard since it was surrounded by structures and fences, making it totally private and shaded. Beneath our feet were huge pavers, and there were potted plants everywhere. It was the feeling of being in the woods even though we were in the middle of the city. I loved it. It helped that it was a beautiful summer night. There was a fire pit in the middle of the courtyard, with 3 small outdoor couches surrounding it in a triangle shape. Henry reached down and turned on the fire before having a seat next to Aiden on one of the couches. The flame looked like it was wood burning, but it was obviously one of those gas fireplaces since Henry had just turned it on with the touch of a button. Max and I had been walking behind them to get out there, and without hesitation, I took a seat on one of the other couches. I assumed Max would sit on the couch with me. He did have another option, since there were 3 couches, but he sat next to me. I scooted over to make sure he had enough room. Aiden had divided the Mexican food onto 2 trays. She and Max were each carrying one. I could see now that she intended for herself and Henry to share a tray, and for Max and me to share one. The whole thing, including the way we sat in pairs on couches and shared food, felt very double-date-ish.
I can't believe I'm finally getting to hang out with Story Sullivan.
It was the first thing Henry said after we were settled in our seats.
I thought I was never going to get to meet you.
I feel the same way about you guys, I said. It's crazy that I met Max in Arkansas and it turned out that I live in the same city as his brother. I adjusted on the seat next to Max, and he put the tray between us where we could both reach it. We all seemed comfortable, and we started eating while maintaining the conversation. Henry wanted to know more about the skate park, and then he and Aiden both asked me questions about softball. I asked them questions too, and we shared pleasant conversation around the fire for 30 minutes or an hour. Max talked, but he was a little quieter than usual, and I glanced at him when I had that thought. I had been looking at Henry and Aiden most of the time, since Max was positioned behind me on the couch. I smiled at the sight of him when I turned to look his way. He was utterly masculine, but boyishly handsome and sweet. His dark eyes squinted as he smiled back at me. "You okay?" I asked, speaking so quietly that I was almost mouthing the words.
"Yes, why?"
he asked. I shrugged. "I don't know. I was just making sure." I wanted to reach out and touch him. He was relaxed in the corner of the couch with one arm on the armrest and the other on the back of the seat. He looked like the picture of ease and comfort. I was tempted to sit back and lean against him. I had to fight the urge. It was a peaceful night with the family. We had food, a fire, a beautiful evening, and good conversation. They were so easy to be around that I didn't even take it in that they were Max Blair and Henry Blair. They were just Max and Henry. Aiden was easy to be around, too. She was one of those girls who was like an instant sister. I glanced at Henry and Aiden. He was saying something to her, and she was curled up with him on the couch in much the same way that I was tempted to do with Max. I almost laughed at the way she was living out my fantasy. I turned back toward Max with a huge grin.
"What?"
he asked. "Nothing."
"You're beautiful,"
he said, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Shh," I said. I didn't really say it. I just put my mouth together the right way and widened eyes as if to imply it.
"Why?"
he asked. "Because." I stopped at the one word. I had no idea if it was because I didn't want Henry and Aiden to hear him call me beautiful, or if it was because I didn't want him to say it at all. I stared at him for several seconds while Henry and Aiden had their own conversation. I wanted him to reach out and pull me into his arms. Both of us played it cool. We just looked at each other with unreadable expressions that changed to challenging smiles. I had a hunch neither of us knew what the other was thinking. Who was I kidding? I didn't even know what I was thinking. I sat back on the couch, adjusting next to Max carefully without making any physical contact at all. We stayed that way for a good while, sitting close to each other without touching. By the end of it, I felt like I was old friends with Henry Blair and his wife. He promised to come by the skate park after it was built, and I knew, based on his sincerity, that he would follow through. I also knew that would be a huge hit and make me the coolest ever with the kids.
"Why don't we go tomorrow, too?"
Henry asked when I was on my way to the door with Max, who was giving me a ride home. "Where?" Aiden asked.
"With Max to see the skate park. Isn't he going to see it in the morning?" "Yeah, but I'm picking her up at 7 o'clock to go play some ball first." 7 o'clock in the morning?"
Henry asked, shocked.
"Yes. Why would you want to do that?"
This question was rhetorical. He was just emphasizing that it was early.
"Can't we meet up with you afterwards?"
Henry asked.
"Maybe you could come back here for breakfast, and we can all go by the skate park together. We don't have plans tomorrow, do we?"
Henry turned to Aiden as he said that, and she shook her head. "Not till we leave for your mom's." I glanced at Max and gave him a little shrug to let him know it was up to him.
"Okay, we'll come back here before we go to the skate park,"
Max said.
If you're not up when you get back, you can just make yourself at home out here and we'll see you at around 10. We'll get some food and go see Story's place before we head to Astoria. It'll be fun.
Max drove me to my house with the intention of turning right around and going back to Henry's to spend the night. He said he might come in and meet Chester. It was a 10-minute drive to get there, and we talked about Henry and Aiden since they were fresh on our minds. I loved my brother, and it made me feel comforted that Max had such a good relationship with Henry. I never did mention to him that he seemed quiet at their house. I realized that he was just comfortable, taking everything in. Also, he had a long week of work followed by a road trip to get to Seattle earlier that evening. "You must be tired," I said as we approached the driveway that led to my apartment.
"I am tired,"
he agreed. "Why don't we just call it 8 o'clock in the morning?" I suggested. He nodded.
"Okay."
"You don't have to come in and meet Chester," I said. "You can see him in the morning." I lived in a nice 8-plex. I loved and trusted my neighbors, and I felt totally fine walking up to my apartment alone. Max shook his head as he parked his truck in the small parking lot.
"I already told Chester I was going to come up and meet him."
"When'd you tell him that?" I asked with a teasing smile.
"In my head,"
Max said. "Oh, and you think you have to follow through with that?" I asked.
"Yes,"
he said, turning off the engine. Blaze had taken Chester outside when he came to drop Anna off at her car earlier. I had texted him on his way and asked him to do that for me. That didn't hinder Chester's excitement to see Max and me. He ran several excited laps around the living room and kitchen before chilling out enough to walk up to us like a gentleman. He was spotted with short hair. He looked like a mix of Australian Shepherd and maybe Lab or even Pitbull. He was a handsome boy, and Max smiled as he reached down to pet him. Max went with me to let him outside, but Chester was quick about doing his business, so it only took us a minute. All too soon, I was faced with telling him goodnight. I knew I would see him again, only hours from now, at 8 in the morning, but it still didn't seem soon enough. I dreaded him leaving. I wasn't going to make a big deal about it, though. It was late, and we were all tired. Chester went into my bedroom and curled up on his bed. Max reached into his pocket and grabbed his keys, letting me know he was leaving. We hesitated by the entryway, just looking at each other. It was quiet in my apartment, and my heart was pounding so viciously I felt like I could hear it out loud. If two people were ever going to kiss each other, now would be the time. Why was I even thinking about kissing him? I closed my eyes for a second and swallowed.
"Okay. So, good night, I guess,"
he said. "What do you mean, I guess?" I asked, jumping on any sign of weakness in his plan to leave.
"I mean, I guess I need to leave now," he said. "You're not going to let me kiss you, so I'm just saying goodbye. With my words."
"Goodbye," I said. "And just so you know, I'm not letting that happen just because I don't want to." I made a face, knowing that sentence didn't really make sense. What I'm saying is that I want to. My body wants to, kiss you. Let you kiss me, us kiss. I'm not saying no because I don't want to."
"I'm not really sure I follow,"
Max said, shaking his head a little. I sighed and let out a self-deprecating sigh. "I'm nervous," I said. "You make me nervous. I should never have tried to talk about this in the first place. I just didn't want you to think I didn't want to. I really want to."
"You really want to kiss me?"
Max asked, looking hopeful and yet skeptical. Skeptically hopeful. "Of course I do, Max. You're you. Who wouldn't?"
"Well, it's just now news to me that you do, so I'm taking that in."
"I thought you knew I want to. I thought that wasn't a secret. Wanting to do something and letting yourself do it are two totally different things."
"So you just wanted to tell me you want to kiss me, but you're still not going to?"
"Yes. It sounds bad when you say it like that, but I wanted you to know it's not a matter of me not wanting to."
"Then do it,"
he said. He knew how badly I wanted to. He could see straight through me. "I can't." My entryway was small, so we were only a couple of feet from each other.
Why not?
He asked. He was so matter-of-fact that I knew I had to answer him honestly. Because it would change everything. We couldn't be friends after that.
Why not? What's stopping us?
It's just the truth, I said, staring at his mouth and desperately wanting to do it. We can't kiss right now and then just go play ball in the morning and hang out with your brother and act like nothing happened. It would change things. Don't you think?
No, I don't. Not necessarily. If you told me the only way I got to kiss you right now was to pretend it never happened, then I'll take that deal. I'll kiss you and pretend it never happened, if that's what it takes.
You know things would be awkward with us tomorrow.
No, they wouldn't,
he said, shaking his head and wearing a serious expression. He seemed so sure of himself. I sighed, seeing my own chest rise and fall. You're tempting me so bad, I said. He smiled.
Good. Thank goodness for that.
He stepped closer to me, eliminating the space from between us. I looked up at him, feeling like he was somehow even bigger than he had been earlier that night. I had to remember to breathe. He stared at my face for several long heartbeats, and I took a slow, deep breath, filling my lungs with air.
It's okay,
he said.
I'm not gonna make you do it. I'd rather not do it at all than make you regret something.
He gave me a resigned, patient smile as he reached out to barely pat the side of my leg.
Sleep good, sweet story. I'll come pick you up in the morning.
Chapter 13. Wait. Yearning, achy dread. That was the only way I knew to describe what I felt when Max started to walk away. Just a second. I just wanted to tell you. I trailed off, staring directly into his bottomless eyes. My mind told me that I should definitely not kiss him, but my heart was saying something else. My chest literally ached. I felt like it might explode if I didn't say something to make him stay. Without even thinking, I said, "Why? Because do you think we could do that and then go back to being friends?" I was so vulnerable and desperate sounding that I cringed inwardly when the words came out of my mouth. What was wrong with me? I was never one to be wishy-washy. I especially didn't lead people on. Max turned and adjusted to get a better look at me, gauging my seriousness.
What did you just say?
He asked. I was just asking if you thought we could go back to being just friends afterwards, like you said.
After what?
He asked. Don't make me say it, I said, looking at his mouth.
Oh, I'm making you say it,
he said with a barely there grin. My stomach flipped. I wanted to desperately pull him toward me, forcing him to kiss me. I was trying to tell you that I want to. If you think we can do that and just be friends afterward, but...
But what?
He asked.
What were you trying to tell me you wanted to do? Why can't you say it?
I smiled sheepishly. Because I am way too shy for that. It's already amazing that I want to do it in the first place. There's no way you could expect me to just talk about it openly.
You talk about everything else openly,
he said. I know, but not this. This seems forbidden. Max came closer, and the foot or so of space that separated us became only inches. I leaned against a dresser that was in my entryway, pulling back so that I could look at him.
Who forbids it?
He asked, speaking softly. Me, I whispered breathlessly. But can you be my friend in the morning? Can we be friends like nothing happened?
Yes,
he answered, his mouth only inches from mine. Are you just saying that so I'll kiss you? I asked.
Yes,
Max said.
I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I don't know how you're going to feel tomorrow.
What about you? I asked. That was what I was wondering. If you'll be able to go back to thinking of me as just a friend.
Well, no. But I already don't think of you like that, so nothing's really changing on my end.
He was completely serious, and the no-nonsense tone of his voice sent shivers down my spine. They were the good shivers, the ones that make you feel like you want to melt. There was nothing I could do to stop myself from inching closer to him. I tilted my head up, leaning up, placing my mouth where it was almost touching his. So, nothing would change for you? I asked. He could have said no or yes or any other answer in the book. I already had my mind fixed on kissing him regardless of his answer. I waited for his response.
No, Story. Nothing will change for me. That I can honestly say.
What if I mess stuff up by doing this? I asked. He grinned slightly and whispered,
It'll be worth it.
And I knew he was absolutely right. With no further hesitation, I kissed Max Blair. I leaned upward and closed the tiny gap between us. He let me come to him, but once I did, he caught me up, pulling me toward him with a light grip on my elbows. I wasn't prepared for Max to come into my life in the first place, and I seriously wasn't prepared for the way his kiss made me feel. I was wrecked with desire. My body felt as though it might fold onto a neat pile on the floor. I thought I was in danger of going lifeless and limp in his arms like a piece of fabric. Thankfully, he slowly moved his hands to my back, gently supporting me. He was ever so gentle with the kiss. His mouth touched mine over and over again in gentle pecks. I felt little bursts of anticipation each time he did it. I had never enjoyed the feel of something so much in my entire life. In those seconds, I experienced an overload of joy and bliss. I kissed him ever so softly, but I held on to the sides of his shirt, gripping the material like my life depended on it. Again and again, his lips met mine, softly, kiss after kiss. 4, 5, 7, 12, 19 times. I lost count. Max Blair stood there and kissed me tenderly, innocently, for what must have been 5 minutes. We would pull back and smile at each other, and make a face like we were about to stop before one of us would do it again. My heart raced, my adrenaline pumped, and my blood felt like hot lava. I wanted to melt into his arms. I wanted to open my mouth and kiss him deeper. That thought made the urge almost impossible to resist. I pulled back when I realized I was on the very edge of going too far. Sometime during the kiss, I had gone from holding his shirt to holding his arms, and I used them to push him away just slightly. Okay, so I probably need to stop right there, I said, trying to control my breathing. The corners of Max's mouth rose in a slow grin.
Okay,
he said simply. I wondered what he was thinking. Are you okay? I asked.
Yes,
he said.
I'm really okay. Are you?
I nodded. He still looked pretty serious, so I said, Are you glad that happened?
Are you kidding?
He asked. No.
Yes, I'm glad it happened, Story. I'm ecstatic it happened. It was a nice surprise. How about you? Are you glad it happened?
Was I glad it happened? Of course I was glad. It was wonderful. I wanted more. I wished it could happen on a regular basis, every single day, multiple times. And there went my heart running away with my logic again. I'm glad, I said, reining in my emotions as I regarded his flawless face. I don't think it's going to change anything for me, I said.
That's too bad,
he whispered. He lowered his head and kissed me again, this time letting his mouth linger on mine for a little longer. A slow, pulsing, electric feeling shot through my body. I whimpered as I broke contact with him and pulled back. "Oh my goodness, that's terrible," I whispered.
"What's terrible?"
he asked. He kissed me again, so softly.
"What's terrible?"
he asked again when he broke the kiss. "Nothing is." I couldn't even remember what I was going to say was terrible in the first place. Maybe I was thinking of the way my resolve was crumbling. Maybe that was what I thought was so terrible.
"I should go,"
he said. "Yeah, I guess."
"I should. If I stay any longer, I'm going to kiss you differently than I did just now."
I wanted so badly to let him do that, but I had to pull back. I had already let things go further than I anticipated. I knew I had to give myself tonight to think about it. I was swept away at the moment, and I worried that I might feel differently in the light of day. "I mean, I think we should stop for the night," I said. "But maybe tomorrow we could—" "What?" I added when his smile widened considerably.
"Nothing."
"Tell me why you're smiling like that," I said.
"Because I'm happy,"
he said.
"You basically just told me I get to kiss you again tomorrow."
"No, I didn't," I said, feeling a little panicked by any sort of commitment. "Did I?"
"All right, fine,"
he said, letting go of me a little.
"I guess you didn't say that. I don't even need to try."
He knew what he was doing to me. "I didn't say you couldn't try," I said.
"Okay. And if I try, you can't leave me hanging, though."
I nodded. "All right, but don't try unless you know that I want you to."
"I'm kissing you again tomorrow,"
he said, grinning.
"You better just get yourself ready for it."
Max would not kiss me unless I wanted him to, but the teasing comment sent chills of anticipation up my spine. "Max," I said, whispering to him before he let me go.
"What?"
"Thank you."
"For what?"
"For being easy with me. For going slow."
"I don't care what pace you need to go, Story. As long as I'm the one you're moving with, I'm good."
I tentatively placed my palm on the side of his face. "I'm sorry I'm not normal," I said, thinking I was out of my mind for making this wonderful man keep pace with me, wait for me.
"None of us are normal,"
Max said.
"Nobody's normal. You just be you, Story, and I'll be me. I'll wait for you if that's what you need."
I blinked at him. "You will?" He nodded. "Thank you. I don't know what to say or how to thank you."
"You already have."
He was smiling lightheartedly as he spoke, and he gave me one last squeeze before pulling away. I knew I had to let him go this time. I watched him step toward the door. He put his hand on the knob, but he turned to look at me before he opened it.
"I'll see you in the morning,"
he said. "See you in the morning," I returned, feeling like I had about 100 other things to say to him, but I couldn't think of a single one. I gave him a little smile and wave, and he walked out the door. Chapter 14. I experienced so many thoughts and emotions after Max left that it was after 2 o'clock in the morning when I fell asleep. I was glad I told him we should make it 8 o'clock in the morning instead of 7, like we had first mentioned. My alarm went off at 7:30. Max was the very first thing that crossed my mind when I woke up. My first conscious thought was a memory of us standing in my foyer with Max kissing me softly. I grinned and pulled the covers over my head. My heart raced. I was like a teenager. Actually, I had never acted that way over a man even when I was a teenager. I popped out of bed, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, like I had 12 hours of sleep. I worked quickly. I fed Chester and let him outside to do his business. I ate half of a protein bar and made a cup of coffee. I also somehow managed to get dressed and ready to go while I was doing all of this. I wore athletic clothes, workout pants with a sports bra, layered with a loose tank. I wore tennis shoes, but I had cleats in my bag that I would definitely change into once we got to the field. I put my ponytail through the back of a ball cap. It was one of my favorites from my days at UCLA. Men with good bodies looked amazing in athletic pants, period. That was a true fact, and Max only proved it when he showed up to pick me up. I've never seen him in sweats. I had seen him in swim trunks and cargo shorts and other casual clothes, but never sweats. He had on black fitted Adidas pants, the ones with the white stripes running down the side of the top section. He looked better than ever. I had been up at night thinking about him and wondering how I would feel when I saw him in the morning. Well, here was my answer. The morning had arrived. I was looking directly at Max Blair, and I could say with all certainty that my feelings had not diminished. They had not even remained the same. My heart leapt when I laid eyes on him. I felt like my chest might just open up and shoot a giant beam of light out of it. I did my best to act normal and pretend that seeing him didn't affect me as much as it did. On top of the treat of seeing Max looking all athletic and perfect in his Adidas pants, he also brought me coffee. I abandoned the cup I was drinking when he got there and went for the one he brought. It wasn't too sweet, but it was flavored with some type of syrup. It tasted much better than what I had at my house.
It's looking like rain,
he said. Should we not go? I asked.
No, I mean, we should. It's not raining yet. I don't know if it even will.
I thought it looked like a pretty day when I was outside with Chester a few minutes ago.
It is. It's nice out right now. I just always check the weather on my phone. Like I said, it might not even happen.
Yeah, and I guess it's not like we would be stuck out there if it starts raining. We could just run to the truck.
Yes, we could,
he said, giving me an amused grin.
Are we taking Chester?
He added. I thought about it, but I don't think I will. He would do good for about the first 10 minutes, and then he will get restless and try to wander off. I'll take him to the dog park or to run around at my parents' house later. Max was a freak of nature. I thought he was doing it by accident at first, but then I realized it was fully intentional. He hit what must have been 20 balls in a row to me, and they were all hit directly to my glove. It was like Benny the Jet did for Smalls on the Sandlot movie. Max's hits were so impeccably placed in my proximity that the maximum distance I had to move from where I was standing was a few feet. I basically stood in the same spot and caught ball after ball. I didn't realize anyone could hit with that type of accuracy and consistency. I felt like I could almost put a trash can in the outfield, and he would rope it every time. I waved at him and started jogging in after what must have been 10 minutes of me standing in the same spot, catching a ball after ball. I met him in the infield. He stopped near the pitcher's mound, and I hesitated near second base. We just drew close enough where we wouldn't have to yell at each other. We were roughly 10 feet apart. What are you doing? I asked.
What do you mean? I'm hitting balls.
I gave him a smile like that was obvious.
What's the matter?
He asked. You're hitting them all right to my glove. I just stand there and hold my glove out and they all go directly into it. He made a face at me like he was missing something.
Is that bad?
He asked. No, it's not bad. It's amazing. I mean, from like a world record standpoint, it's incredible. I've just been standing out there letting you do it, thinking that any minute now you're going to mess up and I'm going to have to run for a ball. I honestly don't know how you're getting them all to me like that, Max. So yes, from that perspective, it's great. It's amazing. But we might as well just play catch if you're not going to make me run for the ball.
You want me to make you run?
He asked, looking uncertain. Yes, I said, smiling. I can't believe I'm even having to ask that. Most of the time I have to ask people to try to focus and get the ball to drop closer to me so I have a chance of getting to it. But in your case, yes. Please make a few of them a little further from me if you don't mind.
All right, if you say so,
he said, still looking unsure about whether or not he wanted to make me run. I jogged into the outfield, and Max proceeded to hit 5 or 6 more balls to me. They were slightly farther from me than they had been, but they were still extremely easy for me to catch. Farther! I said, yelling at him after I threw in a ball. Max gave me what I asked for, but he did it in baby steps, inching the ball away from me and letting me run a little bit each time. Never once did I have to dive for it. I barely had to sprint. We used the same 20 balls over and over again. I would throw them where they would land close enough to his feet so he could just bend over and pick one up before each hit.
"It's going to rain soon,"
he announced after he bent down to pick up a ball. We had only been out there for 30 or 45 minutes, and I wasn't quite ready to pack it up, but I knew he was right. I could see it getting dark behind me in the outfield, and when I breathed in, I could smell rain. Being from Seattle meant that I was no stranger to getting wet, so a little rain didn't faze me. "Give me a couple of hard ones," I yelled. Max hit one in shallow center field and a little to my right. It was far enough from me that I had to sprint to get to it, but I was able to catch it backhanded without diving or rolling, or otherwise losing my balance.
"Nice,"
he said, smiling at me after I came up with the ball. I had to run for the catch, and I slowed my momentum once I hit the clay soil of the infield. I tossed the ball to Max like I did every time, smiling at him since I was a little closer. "Let's do a couple that are a little harder than that, and then we'll call it a day."
"Harder than that?"
he asked, wearing an uncertain expression.
"Why would you want to do any harder than that?"
"Because it's fun," I said, jogging backwards toward center field. "Seriously, please, just a couple more and we'll be done." I situated myself in my position, waiting for Max to hit the ball. He looked at me, tilting his head as if considering something. Finally, he tossed the ball into the air and hit it. I knew it was going long as soon as I saw him swing and heard it hit the bat. It would land behind me in right center field. It was hit hard, and I knew I had to take off running immediately if I wanted any chance of catching it. I thought as I ran that it might actually go over the fence. I vaguely heard Max yelling in the background, but I did not have time to think about what he was saying. I knew I could get the ball if I paid attention to nothing else besides watching it and sprinting to it. My legs pumped as fast as they could take me. The ball was falling fast, and I realized as I sprinted toward it that I would need a miracle to catch it. I dove. I still probably wouldn't catch it, but I dove for it anyway. I tried to time it as perfectly as I could to give myself the best chance of it falling into my glove, but all I could do was dive and hope for the best. I laid out, jumping through the air Superman style. I landed on my belly, sliding several feet over the grass before skidding to a stop. I had no idea if I caught the ball or not, but I experienced a huge rush of adrenaline at the sheer fact that I went for that catch with such reckless abandon. I crawled to my knees, sitting back on my heels and turning my glove over to see whether or not I had caught it. My ears were ringing from the burst of excursion, or maybe the impact. Either way, it took me a second to come to my senses and realize that Max was running toward me. It seemed impossible since he had started all the way back there near home plate, but by the time I looked up, he was closing in on me. He was running at full pace, and he didn't stop until he collapsed right beside me. His approach was so sudden and unexpected that I smiled and pulled back a little in surprise. He had come up on me before I even got the chance to look in my glove. I turned it over instinctually to see if I caught that ball. Sure enough, the little beauty was in my glove. Even I was amazed that I made that catch. Before I realized what was happening, Max drew me into his arms. He was down on his knees next to me, and he drew me securely to his chest.
"Story, baby, are you okay? I cannot believe you went for that ball. What in the world would make you do that?"
He was breathing heavily, and his voice sounded hoarse. It felt like he was restraining himself, shaken, almost like he was angry.
"You should have just let it go. I can't believe I hit it that hard. I did not mean to do that. You could have hurt yourself. Did you hurt yourself?"
He held me gently to his chest, cradling me. He was still catching his breath. I can only imagine how quickly he had sprinted to me. It took him like 2 seconds to get there. It seemed like he feared the worst, like he thought my body was completely destroyed from driving for the ball. "I'm totally fine," I said, glancing at him with a sincere, reassuring smile. "That's what I was thinking you were going to do the whole time we were out here."
"Story. No, I did not mean to do that. I would never ever try to make you lay out for the ball like that. I cannot believe you even went for that ball."
He let me go, and I leaned back on my heels, staring up at him. "I promise. I'm fine. You've seen me lay out for the ball before."
"I know, I've seen it, and it was all good, but that was before I was your—"
He hesitated.
"I feel differently about you now than I did then."
He lifted his hands in surrender, like he wasn't sure how to explain.
It's just that back then I thought it was just a great catch.
And now?
Well, Story, now I feel differently. Now I don't want you getting hurt. I guess that's it. I care if you get hurt now. I don't know what to call that. Being protective or what. But I want to protect you.
Yeah, I think you do call that being protective, I said, teasing him. I opened my glove. At least I caught it, I said.
I can't believe you caught it. That was an amazing catch. I probably would have been able to really enjoy it if I wasn't having a heart attack.
Max got to his feet and then extended his hand to help me up. Just as I stood, it began to rain.
I told you it was about to rain,
he said dryly as the drops started hitting us at regular intervals.
Should we run?
He asked.
I can carry you if you got hurt.
He was 100% serious. He would pick me up and carry me to the dugout or to his truck if I asked him to. I'm fine to run to shelter, I said. But I'm also not in a hurry. A little rain never hurt anyone. He pulled me close to him.
Promise me you are not hurt,
he said, staring at me sincerely. It began to rain harder. I watched as drops fell to his face, and I felt them fall onto my own. I smiled as I reached up to wipe one from his cheek. I promise I am not hurt, I said. I feel the opposite of hurt right now. Chapter 15.
We're about to get soaked.
Max had stared at me through the light rain shower for several long seconds before he made the statement of warning.
I'm not worried about it, but I thought you should know,
he added, glancing at the gray clouds rolling in. He was holding me, staring down at me like he really cared. I'm not worried about it either, I said. We were in the outfield near the fence, out in the open, with nothing but us and the rain. It was a high school field, and we weren't that far from his truck, but I made no attempt to leave. I felt so peaceful and right standing in his arms that it didn't matter that it was raining. Maybe the rain added to it.
One time, I was hanging out with my brothers in Astoria at our parents' house. They live in a neighborhood where they have a little bit of property. We can shoot guns and arrows and stuff in their backyard, no problem. Anyway, one time me and my brothers were messing around with this bow and arrow, and Henry bet me that I couldn't hit this alder tree from where we were standing. Mind you, the tree was in our neighbor's yard, about 80 yards from where we were standing, and it was no bigger around than a telephone pole. Not to mention I was using a bow and arrow that were basically toys. $20 for the whole set at the sporting goods store. Anyway, I pulled back on the bow, let the arrow fly, and what do you know? It came down and hit its mark. It was so far away that I had to use a really high arc trajectory, and it came down and hit the tree when it was about 3 feet from the ground. None of us could believe it. I still, to this day, think it was God that made it hit.
I'm not surprised you did that at all after how you got all those balls to come right to me today. Max smiled and shook his head absent-mindedly.
No, it wasn't like that. This thing that happened with the arrow was a miracle. You had to be there to see how ridiculous it was. Anyway, that's a long story to tell you, but that's what the catch looked like to me. I saw you just jump and fly through the air, hoping for the best.
I laughed, feeling shy. I don't think it's as cool as hitting a telephone pole from 80 yards with a toy arrow.
It's way cooler,
he said.
Mine was luck. Or God. Yours was muscle memory, practice, dedication. Yours was way more impressive. I'm just saying they were the same in that they were both that blind trust you have to do something great. Sometimes you just have to jump off the edge. Not be afraid.
I glanced up at him. He was holding on to me, and my arms were folded in front of my chest, still holding my glove. I resituated, wrapping one arm around Max's back so I could get closer to him. I did it tentatively because I was shy and uncertain. The rain made me want to get closer to him, but I knew that would only make things more complicated between us. Who was I kidding? They were complicated already.
Can you please not dive like that anymore? You don't need to go for those balls. Just let it go past you and run and pick it up. It's not worth it.
His question drew me from being nervous about my hand on his back. I was thankful that he wasn't drawing attention to it. I took this as encouragement and pulled him a little closer. "Why don't you want me to dive?" I asked, smiling at him.
Because that's got to be hard on you, hard on your body.
You think I'm getting old?
No, it crossed my mind that you might want to have kids or something one day, and I don't know. You might have a kid in there one day.
Oh my goodness, he was adorable. There he was, this manly, masculine hunk of a guy, blushing and being shy. "That thought scares me to death," I said honestly.
I'm sorry. I know you're not ready for that kind of talk yet. I wasn't saying it would be my kid. I mean, I would want that, but it's not what I was saying. You can dive or do whatever you want, obviously. You just scared me, that's all.
I could tell he was really worried about me. He ran his hand through his hair, looking up and clearing the water from his face before looking down at me again. It was sprinkling persistently on us. Both of us were getting wet and neither of us cared. "I'm nervous, Max."
Why?
"Because I don't know. You know, last night, I'm having all sorts of feelings." I felt my eyes sting when I said that, and I was thankful for the rain.
Good feelings or bad feelings?
He asked. "Good feelings?" I paused and made a confused face. "Which, I think, make them bad feelings?" I said that last part in a high-pitched voice like it was a question, even though it wasn't.
"Can you please just trust me?"
Max asked.
"Can we just let things happen naturally? I'll be your friend if you need that, and I'll be the other guy when you're ready."
"What other guy? What's that other guy do?"
He just gets jealous and protective.
He touched his own chest with his palm.
This guy does that too. I'm just not telling you about it. That guy would tell you about it. Plus, he would kiss you. Regularly. Whenever he wanted to.
"So that's all you want?" I asked. "To be jealous and protective of me and kiss me regularly?"
Yes. And for no one else to kiss you.
"That's covered under jealousy," I said.
Okay then,
he said.
I just wanted to make that clear.
"That's if I decide to..." I trailed off, staring sideways at him.
Of course,
he said.
Only if you decide to let that guy come out.
"What about you?" I asked.
What about me?
"Do you get to kiss other people?" He squinted at me.
Do you think I want to kiss other people, Story?
"It doesn't seem like it, I guess." I took a deep breath. Part of me thinks I'm ready to have this conversation right now, and the other part of me thinks I am only doing it because
Because why?
Because I really, really want you to kiss me.
You mean right now?
I started to nod, but as soon as he saw what I was doing, he kissed me. This time, it was different. It was deeper. The rain combined with the way Max coaxed me to open my mouth to him, it was all really warm and liquidy feeling. I felt a bit like I might melt in his arms. Our mouths were open this time. It was still sweet and gentle, but there was more substance for sure. More connection. Max gripped onto me. I could tell he was struggling to be easy with me. He kissed me with a gentle rhythm for at least a minute before pulling back. I felt empty without him. I wanted him to kiss me again immediately. I buried my face in his chest to keep myself from taking matters into my own hands and doing it again. I held on to him, closing my eyes, and feeling safe, warm, and secure even though we were outside in the rain. He held me for a second before patting my shoulders.
You go to the truck,
he said.
I'll pick up the balls and meet you over there.
Let me help you, I said. It'll go twice as fast. I was right about that. We both ran to the infield, and within a minute, the balls were all back in the bucket and we were jogging to the truck. I had left my bag in the dugout, and I grabbed it on the way to the parking lot. Max came to my side as we approached the truck, letting me into the passenger's seat before opening the door behind it. He stashed the bucket on the floorboard of the back seat before closing the door and running around to his side of the truck. I had a towel in my bag, and digging for it was the first thing I did. I had retrieved it and had already dried my face by the time Max got into the truck. I held it out for him once he got settled, and he smiled as he took it from me.
"Where'd you get this?"
He asked. "It was in my bag," I said.
"That's convenient,"
he said as he dried his face and hair.
"Thank you."
"You can dry your arms and everything," I said, putting a palm out when he tried to give it back to me. "Go ahead since you're driving. I'll use it after you." It was a beach towel, and Max made quick work of drying his arms and shoulders before handing it back to me. It only took me a few seconds to do the same as Max and dry my head and arms. I ran the towel over my legs, too, and while I was down there, I gingerly took off my cleats. Max's truck had rubber floor mats, but I tried as best I could to keep pieces of grass or clay from falling from my cleats. I placed them neatly on the side near the door before taking my tennis shoes out of my bag. I started to put them on my feet, but then I realized my socks were a little wet from the rain, so I decided to go shoeless for the time being. I stashed my tennis shoes near my cleats before turning to put on my seatbelt and get situated in my seat. Max was staring at me with a half grin when I glanced at him.
"You don't need to get buckled in yet,"
he said. I had no idea why he was saying that, but I instinctually let the seatbelt go. Max smiled and shook his head at me.
"Come here,"
he said. "Where?" I asked. He lifted and stashed his console into the seat back, opening the seat next to him. "You want me to sit by you?" I asked.
"No,"
he said. I was already heading his way by the time he said that, and he used my forward momentum to pull me into his lap. He turned and situated me in such a way that I was sitting on his leg, facing the passenger's seat. He laid his arm across my lap, holding me gently on his lap. My head was close to the ceiling. I looked down at him, unable to contain a grin. "This is not sitting by you," I said.
"I know. I said I didn't want you to sit by me. I wanted you right here. I want to just sit here and enjoy you for a second. Look at you. I want to remember what you look like. I don't know how you're feeling or what you're going to ultimately choose about me, but I know, from a practical standpoint, we don't have much time to spend together before I have to leave Seattle."
That much I knew to be true. Today was Max's dad's birthday, and they were all heading down to Astoria to celebrate. Max would spend the night at his parents' house before heading home to Portland tomorrow. He had asked me to go with them, but I had already planned on not doing it. My reason was that I didn't want to mislead his family into thinking something was going on between us. But the more time I spent with Max, the more that idea started to not make sense at all. "You're right," I said, knowing it would only be a matter of hours before he would be leaving town again. I situated, getting more comfortable on his leg and appreciating the moment for what it was. For a few seconds, Max and I just stared at each other. I wanted to tell him that I was terrified. I had never seen Anna throw herself at a guy the way she did with Max, and that scared me. It made me feel like even if he wasn't tempted by her right now, maybe one day he would be tempted by a different girl who tried to do the same thing. I wanted to tell him all the things I was scared of, and make him promise that he would never leave me or hurt me. I wanted him to promise that he would never be tempted by another woman, even if they threw themselves at him. In that moment, I came close to opening my mouth and sharing those fears, but after a second's hesitation, I chose not to. There was some weight that I just needed to carry myself, some things that I didn't have to share with him. After all, they were only my own doubts and fears. It was nothing he had done or that we needed to clear up with each other.
"What are you thinking?"
he asked. I focused on his dark eyes. "I don't know. I think I might be inching closer to something."
"I think you're perfectly close already,"
he said, referring to our proximity, even though he knew that wasn't what I was talking about. "I mean trust," I said. "I might be inching closer to trust." He reached up and touched the side of my face.
"If you only knew, Story."
"So, tell me," I said. Max stared at my face with reverence like I was a precious artifact.
I would do anything to make you happy. I didn't ask for it. It's just an urge I have. I felt it from the day we met. I know no person better suited for your trust than someone whose main goal is to see you happy.
He shrugged smugly.
I got this in the bag, for sure. I definitely deserve your trust, no doubt.
My eyes had been stinging and tearing up from his sincere words, but I laughed, appreciating his overconfident smack-talk approach at the end of his statement. He kissed me when I laughed, and I smiled and kissed him back. Chapter 16. Max. Max and Story sat in his truck for over an hour that morning at the high school field. He turned the radio station to something that sounded like blues, but it was just playing in the background. He held her close, resting his arm on her lap and enjoying every last second of their contact. They talked mostly, but sometimes they kissed. He was a gentleman. He felt urges with her, but he was completely in control of them. He didn't kiss her a whole lot while they were sitting in the truck, and when he did, it was sweet and light, nothing at all like the kiss they had shared in the rain in center field. The windows got foggy from the two of them being so damp. They sat in that truck, listening to music and completely forgetting there was a world around them. They did nothing sensual, and yet it was the most intimate either of them had ever been with another person. They were two people who didn't spend a lot of time being vulnerable in general, but that's exactly what they were with each other. Their conversation was lighthearted, but they spoke to each other and stared at each other in ways that were making clear promises. Story was on the verge of tears the whole time. Max could see it. He saw tears welling in her eyes when he would say certain things, and his heart felt like it could burst. Finally, after sitting there until mid-morning, they left for Henry's. They stopped at Story's apartment on their way. The rain had slacked off at her place, and Max took care of walking Chester while Story showered and changed. He knew he would shower at Henry's house, so he ran Chester. Who was he kidding? It wasn't all for Chester's sake that he did that. He needed to run to wear off some of his adrenaline, some of his feelings of desire. Story Sullivan was the most beautiful, precious thing he had ever seen, and it caused him to have all sorts of bodily reactions. Running the dog was just what the doctor ordered. Story was dressed and ready to go by the time Max returned. She had parted her hair down the middle while it was still damp and did 2 French braids in it. She was a pro at braiding her own hair. She had done it so many times for softball practices and games that braids were always her go-to hairstyle when she didn't have a lot of time. Today, she did a fancier variation on the braid since she was trying to look good for Max. She loosened the braids strategically and adjusted her bangs and some fringe to frame her face. By the time she got finished, it looked more like an updo than a pair of standard French braids. Max loved it. He inspected her, thinking she looked like a princess from a fairy tale. He thought she might sprout wings any moment. Story could tell by the way Max looked at her that he liked it.
What's going on with you guys?
Henry asked Max 2 hours later when they were touring Story's skate park. Story stayed in one of the offices, talking to Aiden, while Max and Henry headed out into the main room. They had gone to brunch together and had been at the skate park for an hour or so, but it was the first time the brothers were alone. Max and Story had shown no PDA in front of Aiden or Henry, but it was obvious there was something going on.
I don't know,
Max said.
She likes me, but she needs to take things really slow. How about you? Me? No. Do I need to take things slow? No.
He spoke with a humorless laugh since there was no doubt in his mind.
What, you're ready to marry her?
Henry asked. He was smiling and joking around, but Max nodded seriously.
Definitely. I'm definitely ready to marry her. 100%. It's all on her. I'm waiting on her at this point. Oh my gosh, that surprises me. I didn't think it would happen to you that fast.
Max shrugged.
To me, it seems like forever. I knew I wanted her way back in Arkansas, but I had to talk to her forever over email before she even let me call her on the phone. And then it was another forever before I could even see her in person.
Max cut off what he was saying, shrugging.
I know it hasn't been that long. It just seems like it. She needs to go slow. It's not that big of a deal. I just figured out on day one that I liked her, so it feels like it's taking a long time to me. Is she just stone cold? Has she even given you any kind of indication as to whether or not she likes you back?
Henry asked the question because he hadn't seen them interact in that way. Max could not stop the smile from spreading across his face at the memory of Story staring at him as he held her and kissed her.
Yes, I think she likes me,
he said.
So what's the holdup?
Henry asked.
I'm not even sure that there really is one anymore,
Max said, looking a little perplexed. He glanced at his watch. He knew before he read it that it was time for them to get on the road. That was the whole plan. That Max, Henry, and Aiden would leave for Astoria just after touring Story's construction site. Max smiled and sighed as the girls approached them, walking down the hall. He would only be seeing his sweet Story for a few more minutes, and he felt like he needed to soak it all in. He had no idea what she would ultimately decide. He knew she liked him a lot, but he didn't know if that would be enough. I was just telling Story that Dave's birthday dinner is going to be chicken pot pie and that Becky makes the best pot pie. I thought she might have to try it. I mean, I don't know what you two had worked out, but I think it would be a shame for her to miss your mom's pot pie. Don't you guys think?
I definitely think that,
Henry said with absolutely no hesitation. Max kept quiet, but he felt like he wanted to hug Aiden and his brother right about then. Story was wearing a little smile. If she felt uncomfortable, she was hiding it. I know you won't be coming back to Seattle with us, but I was telling Story she could just ride back with Henry and me afterward.
I think that's a brilliant idea,
Max said, seeing by Story's expression that she was open to it.
Max will give you his bedroom and take the couch,
Henry volunteered.
I already told her that,
Max said. You'll love their family, Aiden said. They stared at Story with expectant faces like they really wanted her to go. She felt like she was in some kind of backwards world, since they were the cool, famous ones and she was the regular girl. She hesitated to agree so quickly, but she really wanted to go. She wanted to meet his parents. Max was pumped. Things had progressed slowly between them during the last few months, and he tried not to get his hopes up for this encounter in Seattle. But Story was opening herself to him in ways he didn't expect. He thought there was no way she would go to his parents' house. This was a complete surprise. First, she kissed him, and now she was agreeing to go meet his mother. That left Max thinking of things like ring shopping and relocating to Seattle. Did you hear me? She asked, moving in front of him.
Did you say you'll come?
Max asked, hoping for the best since he hadn't heard what she said. No, not yet, at least. I said I have like 30 minutes of preparing to do. I have to make arrangements for Chester and grab some clothes and my laptop and everything.
We already told her that was fine,
Henry said.
It is fine,
Max agreed. He was amazed.
All you need is 30 minutes? And you'll come with us to Astoria after that?
She nodded and his heart pounded.
Let's go,
Max said. His smile was determined and content, and Story thought it was quite possibly the most handsome things she had ever seen. I did not know you were bringing a young lady with you, Becky Blair said as she hugged her oldest son 4 hours later. Max hadn't called his mom to let her know Story was coming, and obviously Henry and Aiden hadn't told her either. He could tell she was genuinely surprised. She wore wide eyes when she said that to Max, but she spoke quietly so that he was the only one who heard her. I love you guys. I'm so happy you're all here, she continued at normal volume, hugging everybody else. Dad's waiting for you in the garage. He's all excited to show you his new toy. Dave had been getting into woodworking lately, and for his birthday, he bought himself a new table saw. Did you pick up a hitchhiker? Becky Blair said out loud since her previous statement regarding Story had only been heard by Max. She rarely got nervous, but she also rarely saw her son bring home a lady. In fact, it never happened. Max was a private person. The women he had dated over the years had almost never made it to his parents' house. Becky felt nervous when she looked at Story's face. She had seen pictures of her before, so she knew exactly who she was. the softball player who had stolen her son's heart in Arkansas a few months back. Max had mentioned her to his mother enough that she had gotten curious and looked her up on the internet. She was even more adorable in person. She wore her thick, wavy hair in loose braids that made it look a little like she was wearing a crown. Becky felt a little like she wanted to cry when she came face to face with Story Sullivan that day. Story didn't notice. She was too busy trying to control her own emotions. They hugged each other, and then, not being discreet at all, Becky said, "Okay, you guys go ahead and go to the garage and see Dad. Max, you stay here, though. I need you to help me with something." As soon as the door closed behind them, Becky glared at her son. "Who is that, Max?"
"You know who it is,"
he said, smiling confidently as he reached over and grabbed a piece of French bread from the counter, eating it in one bite.
"Is that the softball player from Arkansas?"
Becky asked.
"Yes, but you know she lives in Seattle, right?"
"Yeah, she's making a skating park. I watched that video."
"I told you I went up to Henry's and met up with her last night, didn't I?"
"I know you went to Henry's. I knew you were planning on driving in with him today, but no. I had no idea about the girl, woman, lady, Story. Little things you would say made me think you were still talking to her, but I really did not expect her to come here tonight."
"I didn't expect her to either. She wasn't planning on it until right before we left. I have Aiden to thank for that."
"Do you like her?" Becky asked, coming to stand next to her son. Max stared at his mom.
"I like her so much,"
he said seriously. He was so certain and matter-of-fact that Becky's eyes stung with tears. She blinked. "She's adorable," Becky said, "and sweet." Max smiled at his mom for saying that even when she didn't know her.
"She is adorable and sweet,"
he agreed, nodding. "Do you want me to try to say something, boost you up, brag on you in front of her?" Becky was winking at him and elbowing him as she said it. She was being silly, but Max shrugged like it wasn't a bad idea.
"It would be completely amazing if you could do or say something to make that girl like me, Mom. If there's something you can say to get her to like me any more than she does already, then say it. Don't hold back. I just want her to let me into her world. I want to be there with her, to help her and to just be next to her. I'm trying to get her to let me do that."
Becky put her hands up, guarding her face since she wanted to cry. "Are you serious or are you joking with me right now, Max?"
"I am not joking at all. I really do like her. I would have just kept driving all the way to Vegas if she'd marry me tonight."
Becky let out a sound that was almost a yelp. "Does she like you back? She must if she's here, right?"
"I hope she does. I think she might. She thought she would stay single her whole life."
"You were telling me that," Becky said, nodding. "And you think maybe that could change?" she continued. Max nodded.
"I think so. I hope it already is changing."
Chapter 17. Story. Max and I went to church with his parents the following morning. I figured out in about 2 seconds that the Blair family was basically the most popular family in the whole town. Everyone knew Max and wanted to shake his hand and talk to him. After we had been there for a little while and my focus opened up a little bit, I realized it was happening with the whole family. Jacob and Jasper lived there and had normal jobs, and they were just as popular as Max and Henry. People approached the family continually before and after the service, and since I was standing nearby, the whole thing felt like a whirlwind to me. Max introduced me to what must have been 8 different people. Never did he put a label on what I was to him, though. He simply introduced me by name and didn't elaborate any further. Aiden had asked me to braid her hair for church, and I heard a few people compliment her on how nice it looked. She gave me the credit for it, but I wasn't standing near her, and she didn't even know I heard them through all the chaos. This caused the person they were talking with to ask where I was from. They answered by saying I lived in Seattle near Henry and Aiden, and then they went on talking about other things. All of this was happening while I was listening to other conversations. The service was great. but the whole experience before and after felt a little surreal. The morning passed quickly, and just like that, we were on our way back to Max's parents' house for lunch. The evening and morning had been so full of family, conversation, and fun that I was genuinely sad that it was almost over. I knew we would eat lunch and hang out for a little while at their house before getting on the road. Going separate ways with Max seemed like a terrible option. It was difficult to come to terms with the fact that days ago, I didn't think I needed to see him at all. And now I couldn't imagine not being able to see him on a regular basis. I got a terrible, sinking feeling when I thought of separating from him. I dreaded the moment when I got in the car, headed for Seattle while he drove to Portland.
I'm going to fill up my truck,
Max said, turning to me on our way to his parents' house. I nodded. I might go in, I said. I could see plain as day that he was about to pull into a nice gas station and convenience store.
For what?
He asked. He grinned at me curiously, and I smiled and shrugged. Candy, probably. I just like gas stations. I want to go and see what they have in there. I like gas station coffee, too. They always have the little creams. I might actually get a cup. Do you want one? Max smiled at my excitement.
Yes, I'll take a cup of coffee. That would be great. Thank you.
Do you want some of the little cream packets in there, or whipped cream if they have it? I asked.
No.
Sugar?
No. We've had coffee together before, Story.
I know, but you can't possibly like it plain black every time, can you?
Yes,
he said, smiling.
Every time.
Even when there's the little Irish cream thingy-majiggers?
Yes, even then,
Max said, still grinning. I gave him a shrug like, suit yourself, before opening the door and making my way into the store. I was in a blissful oblivion as I went inside. It was a new, nice store, and I was already on cloud 9 after such a good weekend. I was smiling absent-mindedly when I got utterly blindsided by a nervous, shaking, distraught young woman who rushed up to me at the coffee station. She was wearing a worried expression, visibly nervous. Her eyes shifted toward the windows and over her own shoulder as if to make sure nobody was following her. She stared at me, breathing in short, panting, nervous breaths. She attempted a smile, but she was too shaken to pull it off. Even her chin and lips quivered. I tried to remember if she was someone I had met at the church. She was dressed in church clothes, but I had no idea who that woman was. I didn't know whether to feel bad for her or feel freaked out. I felt an exact mix of empathy and paranoia. She made a laughing sound, but it was forced. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just come up to you like this. I don't want you to be freaked out or anything. I saw you at church. I just came from the church. I saw you there with Max Blair, and I... She trailed off, cutting her eyes toward the window. I thought she was looking at Max. Are you his girlfriend? She asked, shaking. The practical, cautious inside of me took over, and I answered with a simple, yes. She smiled a little. Good, thank you. I was hoping you could talk to him for me. I saw you at church with Max, and I saw you bend over and talk to the little Miller boy when he walked up to you, and you seemed like such a nice person. Thank you, I said, still feeling somewhat cautious. My name is Amanda. I went to school with Max. I don't know if he would remember me. We had some classes together, but you know how that goes. Max is right outside if you want to talk to him, I said, pointing out the window. I know he is. I didn't want to talk to. I'm not trying to bother. My little girl's in the car with my mom, so I can only be a second anyway. She sighed. I'm sorry. I just saw you at church and you seemed so approachable that I was going to try to say something to you for a second. Just take one moment of your time. Okay, I said. I still felt confused by all the nerves and jitteriness, but it seemed like she had a sincere heart beneath it all. She took a deep breath and stared at me, working up the nerve to say something. I didn't have time to think or to brace myself for what she might say. I simply stared at her, having no idea what was going to come out of her mouth. For almost 2 years, I've been dating a guy named Matthew Culpepper. Max knows him. They went to school together and were friends growing up. He's the one who got into the accident with Max. Amanda was so nervous that she spoke quickly and quietly. I had to listen closely to follow what she was saying. My heart pounded just from her intensity. I know that Max has every right to be mad at Matthew. It was terrible what happened. Matthew knows it was his fault. He was being stupid, but he honestly never meant to hurt Max. Maybe if you could just tell that to Max. Matthew has punished himself so much over it. She blinked, and I watched as a tear rolled down her cheek. I'm sorry, she said, wiping it away quickly. I know you didn't expect anyone to follow you into the gas station like this. I honestly didn't expect myself to do it. I just love him, and I want the best for him. Matthew, I mean. I know for a fact that the thing that happened with Max is the biggest regret of his life. I figured it was my job to at least try to convey the message to Max that he was sorry. He feels like he single-handedly cheated the world out of a baseball hero and cheated Max out of a life of stardom. Silent tears continued to roll down her face, and she wiped them all away one by one. She was so shaken and sincere that I was compelled to reach out and touch her shoulder, comforting her. Max is still a superstar, I said instinctually. He's happy, and he's super successful. She took a deep, shaky breath, smiling at me as she wiped her tears. Thank you, she said. Thank you for saying that and for listening to me. I just love Matthew. He's such a good guy. I wanted to tell Max how sorry he was. He's been in and out of recovery since that accident. That's where we met, at meetings. We've both been clean and sober for 2 years. Both of us are doing a lot better now. I have issues with guilt, too, my own stuff, so we help each other. I couldn't help but feel for her. Congratulations on the 2 years, I said. That's awesome. She smiled and took a deep breath as she put her shoulders back a little. Thank you, she said. And thanks for listening to me. I could tell you were a really nice person. What did you say your name was? She glanced over her shoulder while she was asking me that last question, and then without another word, she let out a little huff of a laugh and walked away. I said, Story, to answer her question about my name, but she had already turned her back on me. I looked behind me to find that Max was in the convenience store, heading my way. I could see his handsome, tall form over the displays. He smiled at me as he approached. Amanda had somehow managed to scamper out of the store ninja style. I couldn't see her at all.
Did you get the coffee?
Max asked, scanning me as if looking for the cups I should be holding. I did not make it yet. I was actually... There was a girl. Did you see me talking to a girl just now? A young woman?
Yeah,
Max said.
Who was it?
Her name is Amanda. She knew you from school.
Amanda who? Bennett? Tucker?
He asked, looking around the store even though she was no longer in sight. I don't know her last name. We didn't talk about that.
What did you talk about?
He asked, smiling. I took a deep breath, not feeling certain that I wanted to say it right here and there. I had been blindsided by the interaction, and part of me wanted to spare Max from that. I knew I would say something about it eventually, though. She wanted to tell me something a little deeper than surface level, if you want to know the truth. Max's eyes widened, and he pulled back a little, like maybe he should be afraid.
This doesn't sound like your typical gas station conversation.
It wasn't, I said, trying to be light about it as I went about the job of pouring coffee into cups.
So say it,
Max said, coming to stand beside me.
Was it something about me?
Yes, I said. And I'm honestly not sure why she came to me and not you. She said she saw us at church together. She said she saw me talking to that little kid. He looked around again.
What was it about?
He asked, staring at me like he wanted me to get to the bottom of it. I smiled. I was anxious to say it, but at least I wasn't as shaken as Amanda. She's dating a guy named Matthew Culpepper, I said. I saw something wash over Max's face when I said that name. He had a good poker face, but his expression definitely changed. It seemed like he was dreading what I would say next. It's okay, I said. She was really nice. She was nervous, and she just told me that Matthew was really sorry. That he regretted what happened tremendously. She cried when she talked to me. I mean, she didn't break down or anything, but she did cry. It was touching. It seemed like she loved him and was just looking after him. She asked me to tell you that he wished he could take it back. That it was his biggest regret in his whole life. Something about him robbing America of a legend or something. Max took in the scene around us.
Did you feel like you were being cornered or anything?
No, not at all. She was really nice. She felt bad about coming up to me. She was shaking the whole time. I could tell she didn't want to bother you. That's why she ran off before you came over here. She said you had every reason to hate her boyfriend, but that she wanted you to know he was sorry. I shrugged. I liked her, I said. I can respect her for looking out for her man. I glanced up at Max, and he smiled thoughtfully at me.
I can respect that you can respect that,
he said. Chapter 18. Max called his mother when we got into the truck. I knew it because he pressed a button and verbally asked his truck to call Mom right after he started the ignition. I could hear everything over the speakers. "Hello?" she said. I stayed quiet.
Story and I stopped for gas, and we're stopping one other place. We'll be there in 20 or 30 minutes. Do you need anything to go with lunch?
Do we need anything for lunch? Max wants to know. He's stopping by the store. She was talking to whoever was next to her. I figured it was Dave. Dad says no, she said.
All right, we'll be there in a little while.
We did not drive to the store. I kind of figured we weren't, but then he didn't correct his mom when she said it, so I wasn't sure. We talked about other things as he drove, so I didn't know where we were going, until we pulled up at a house, a personal residence. He looked at me before he got out.
I should have probably asked you to make sure you didn't mind making this stop with me. I'm sorry. Do you mind?
What is the stop? I asked, looking around. Then I added, you know what? No, I don't mind. I don't care what it is. I don't mind. He smiled at me when I said that.
I'm sure you can guess where we are anyway,
he said. I glanced around. It was an older wooden 2-story home. Matthew's house? I asked, taking my best guess.
His parents' house. I'm not sure if he still lives here.
Matthew's mother was almost in tears when she greeted Max at the door. She went on and on about how excited Matthew would be to see him. His girlfriend has the apartment right next door to him, she said, updating us on his current living situation. She's been a godsend in Matthew's life. You probably know her, Amanda Bell. She's got a little girl. Matthew's really cleaned himself up for them. He pays her rent half the time, and not because she needs it. He just wants to. I'm sure they'll get married one of these days.
That's great,
Max said.
I remember Amanda from school. She is a nice girl.
She gave us Matthew's address, and we left there, heading straight for his apartment. On the way, Max made sure I didn't mind going with him, but I easily agreed that I wanted to go. I had no idea what he was going to do or say to Matthew, but I was glad he trusted me enough to take me along. 5 minutes later, we were sitting in Matthew's living room on his couch. He was as shaken up as Amanda had been. His mother had apparently called and told him we were on our way because he was already anticipating us when we got there. He kept resituating in his chair and getting up to ask us if we were sure we didn't want anything to drink. Matthew was roughly the same height as Max, but he was a lot thinner. Max just had an overall healthier look.
That's my little girl,
Matthew said, gesturing at the window when the toddler came running past, yelling what sounded like toddler gibberish.
She is not my little girl technically, but her dad's out of the picture. Her and her mama live right next door. She's my girlfriend.
I met her, I said. I thought she was lovely.
Really?
Matthew said.
Because I could invite them in. I was going to go out there and tell them to come in, but I didn't know. I figured you were in a hurry. Ask them in,
Max said.
I told my mom we're on our way, but we can hang out for a few minutes.
For the next 5 or 10 minutes, we shared light, cordial conversation with Matthew and Amanda. We talked about the little girl mostly, since she was in the room and she was the easiest, most obvious thing to discuss. They also asked me what I did, and I told them a little about the skate park. We were just about to leave when Lucy, the little girl, asked if I wanted to see some of her dolls. I got up with her, and when I did, I got the feeling that Max was trying to hang back with Matthew. I jumped at the chance to walk into the kitchen with Lucy and Amanda so they could talk. Lucy showed me a bucket full of these small, colorful plastic dolls. She began to line them up on the table and tell me about them one by one. I smiled and nodded absent-mindedly since I was slightly preoccupied with observing Max. I tuned into what he was saying just based on his body language. He put his hand on Matthew's shoulder and said,
I'm sorry it took me so long to say this, but I know you didn't mean for that accident to happen. I should have come by sooner to say that. I'm sorry.
It was simple and direct, and he said it loudly enough for all of us to hear. Matthew slowly leaned in and hugged Max, and just one glance at it made my eyes burn like I might cry. I focused on what the little girl was saying.
This is my pink Red Riding Hood, and this is my purple Red Riding Hood,
she said, still jabbering. I smiled and nodded at her. I like that one, I said, pointing to a random one and encouraging her to continue. Max spoke again.
Your lady came up to my lady at the store today. And honestly, the timing couldn't have been more perfect, Matthew. It's a miracle how it happened, really. It was this very weekend that it sank in to me that this was the actual direction my life needed to take. I understand now that it wasn't you that made the accident happen. It was God that let it happen. I appreciate that on a different level after this weekend.
He paused and rubbed Matthew's shoulder and stared at him sincerely.
My life is wonderful, Matthew. It's just how it was supposed to turn out. If things would have happened differently, I don't know. I just can't imagine any scenario where I would be as happy as I am right now. I didn't even realize that until this weekend. Your girlfriend's timing was amazing. Tell her thank you for saying something to Story. I will,
Matthew said, nodding. I heard Matthew take an odd-sounding breath, and I glanced at him to find that he was wiping his eyes. I could sense the relief from the other side of the room. And again I focused on the girl and her dolls to keep from crying. Amanda, who was also listening in on their conversation, glanced at me. I could see tears welling in her eyes, too. I felt a little overwhelmed, like I was witnessing something special. Medically, no one went from sick to feeling better. There was a different type of healing taking place. Matthew Culpepper looked different when we left that place. He was standing straighter, and his whole countenance had changed. I never in a million years would have expected our day to take this path, and I was left feeling speechless and thankful. I loved Max Blair for what he had just done. I felt 10 times more attracted to him after he stopped by Matthew's place. I was smitten with the way he took time out of his day to make things right after all this time. He could have easily put it off. He could have easily said we were busy and had other things to do. He could have said he'd do it next time, or that he would call from Portland. Instead, he went. He put forth the effort. He was gentle and forgiving, which seemed to contrast his commanding personality and masculine appearance. I was thankful for the opportunity to witness forgiveness in action. It made me feel warm inside, like I was living in a moment from Chicken Soup for the Soul. His kind, cool, forgiving spirit was attractive to me. I already dreaded the time when we would leave, but it was worse now. I got into the truck, wanting to be physically closer to him. I reached over and picked up the console, stashing it in the seat back like he had done before. He looked at me when I did that. "May I sit by you?" I asked. I didn't wait for him to answer. I scooted over, positioning myself right next to him where our legs were touching. I fiddled with the center seatbelt for a second before locking it into position and then sighing and staring up at him. He pulled back and grinned at me. And because I was still so touched and happy, I rested my head on his shoulder. He was bigger than me, so it was more like his upper arm. I knew he would be driving soon and we'd talk about other things, but I wanted to let him know how I felt in that moment. "It made me so happy to see that," I said. "I felt like that was important, what you did just now. Thank you for doing that."
"Thank you for coming with me,"
he said, starting the ignition. He pulled out of Matthew's apartment complex and onto the road. I didn't know exactly how long it would take us to get to his parents' house, but Astoria wasn't a big city, so I knew we would get there relatively quickly. "I'm leaving straight from your parents' house," I said. "We'll eat lunch and then we'll get on the road."
"I'm trying not to think about that,"
Max said as he drove. I was saying it because I might not see you alone between now and then. I stretched upward, using my hand on his leg for leverage. I kissed his cheek as he drove. I wanted to say goodbye just in case everyone was around when we tried to do it later. I wanted you to know how much I'll remember this weekend. I loved everything. The show, chips and queso, Henry and Aiden, hitting balls and getting caught in the rain, coming here, your family, and then what you did just now.
Just hang on a minute there, Story. We're not going straight to my mom's.
I could tell by the way he said it that he had a plan. 5 minutes later, we pulled to the side of the road. It was a small cliffside lookout with room enough for about 3 cars. We were the only ones there. Max put the truck in park and took off his seatbelt before situating himself in the driver's seat. He pushed the button to unlock my seatbelt also.
You might as well come over here,
he said. I turned and easily hopped onto his lap, facing the passenger's seat the same way I had before. I swiveled my upper body to face him, and before I could think better of it, I placed my palms on the sides of his face and let out a sigh. I was attracted to him on a new level after that trip to Matthew's house. I miss you already, I said, since it was the truth. I felt vulnerable, and it was obvious by my voice, which seemed to come out unusually delicate sounding.
I'm right here,
he said, giving me a squeeze. Yeah, but it's crazy. Last week, I thought it might be better if I don't see you at all, and now that seems like a terrible idea. Contemptible. I don't know what I was thinking.
Why'd you think it was better if you didn't see me?
He asked. Because I thought I trailed off. I got lost staring into his eyes. I don't know why, I said. I regret thinking that.
Thank goodness,
he said. I know.
We won't even talk about the little hiccup where you tried to set me up with someone else.
I grinned at him for teasing me. My hands were still resting on the side of his face, and I pulled him toward me, kissing him right on the mouth. I had kissed him before, but the feel of his mouth was still so new to me that my stomach clenched when I made contact with him. I'm sorry for that, I said, referring to that Anna hiccup.
Don't be too sorry, he said. It worked out for me. You went on ahead and made yourself jealous.
I laughed. I did, didn't I? He nodded, wearing a faint smile. Don't wait 4 more months to come to me, I said. Seeing him again was the most urgent, pressing thing on my mind, and I had to say something out loud. Please let me see you before that long. I want to know when the next time is. Let's plan it right now, please. He grinned at me and leaned forward, giving me another kiss.
Soon,
he said.
As soon as we can.
Next weekend?
Yes,
he said.
Unless maybe on Wednesday afternoon we get desperate and decide to meet up in Olympia.
Olympia? Wednesday? What time? He laughed and put his arms around me, giving me a squeeze.
We'll figure it out. And we'll make it soon. I promise.
Chapter 19. I did not get to see Max on Wednesday. I didn't even see him the following Wednesday. He had a crisis with one of his clients at work, followed by days of damage control on the guy's behalf. His work life was already full under normal circumstances, and the monkey wrench thrown at him by this client made it impossible for us to connect for the next couple of weeks. Physically, at least. We talked on the phone and texted multiple times every day, but we didn't get to meet up. I knew he had a lot going on. His client, a high-profile football player based in Los Angeles, had been arrested on domestic charges. Max had drama with him before. He'd been conflicted about representing him for a while, but he was trying to stick it out, trying to be a positive influence in the guy's life. This latest arrest was the last straw for Max, though. Ryan had been arrested before, and they were just getting over 2 years of drama, suspension, and court dates from that ordeal. Their agent-client contract had been updated and was technically void upon Ryan's latest arrest. But Max, being the good person that he was, planned to help him through the immediate crisis. He went to Los Angeles that week to meet with Ryan and his family to help them get their things in order for the next person who took over. He had a few other clients in the area, so he stayed busy during his visit. Ryan would miss Max, but there were plenty of other agents who were willing to overlook his legal challenges and focus on the $60 million contract he signed a few years back. Max, however, had too many other clients who were nice people that were willing to make the effort to keep themselves out of trouble. It was much more pleasurable for Max to work with those people, and he had no shortage of them. He hated to stop representing Ryan, but he knew it was for the best. It was part of living in this fallen world. Some relationships just didn't work out, and it was best to know when to pull the plug. Max had left for Los Angeles on Wednesday, and he would head back to Portland on Saturday. I planned a spur-of-the-moment trip to Los Angeles on Friday to surprise him and see if we could spend a few hours together. I knew where he was staying, so I booked a room in the same hotel. I had gotten everything I needed to know out of him without him catching on to my plans. I knew he would wrap things up with Ryan sometime in the afternoon on Friday. My plan was to tell him to text me when he finished working, and I would try to surprise him by meeting up with him in the hotel lobby when he got back. I figured there was a chance that it wouldn't work, in which case I would waste 30 minutes waiting for him and make other arrangements. But I wanted to take a shot at surprising him in the lobby. My flight arrived in Los Angeles at 10 a.m. on Friday, so I scheduled a lunch meeting with Mark, my benefactor. I didn't have to let him know I was coming to California, but he had been 100% on board with helping me achieve my vision, and I felt like meeting him for an update was the least I could do. Mark invited me to a dinner party that evening, and I told him I had tentative plans with a friend who was in town. He said I could show up unannounced and that I could bring my friend. I knew Mark well enough to know there would be some interesting and/or important people on hand. I tucked those plans in my back pocket in case I met up with Max, and we ended up looking for something to do. A lot of things would have to happen for it to line up, but at least we had a place to get free dinner. I finished lunch at 1:30 p.m. and was checked into my hotel room by 2. I had talked to Max earlier and asked him to let me know when he was finished with Ryan. I hoped it would be enough to make him contact me on his way back to the hotel. I figured it was worth a shot. Sure enough, at 3 p.m., I got a text from Max. Max,
I'm headed back to my hotel. I'll call you in about an hour.
I had the last hour to make sure I was all freshened up and ready to see Max, so I headed down to the lobby just as soon as he sent the text. I was incredibly happy to see him, and I was giddy on account of the surprise. It took concentration to keep from smiling goofily as I waited for him. I had gotten to know Max well enough to be certain that my unexpected appearance would be well received. I had a whole scene dreamed up where he would see me, go slack-jawed, and then take me into his arms. For the next 15 minutes, I sat in the hotel lobby watching the door. Part of me wanted to surprise him right when he came in, and the other part of me wanted to do it in the elevator. I got closer to the back of the lobby near the elevator, figuring that was a more convenient place to decide what to do on the spot. We were staying in a beautiful, vintage-looking boutique hotel. I had never been there before, and it was gorgeous, but I had a hard time appreciating the details. I stared at the front door the entire time. And then, there he was. Max Blair in the flesh, entering the same room as me. He wore a smile and spoke to the doorman as he walked inside. Even seeing him from across the room caused my breath to quicken. I was smiling and feeling almost 100% certain that I would be patient and surprise him in the elevator when my worst nightmare happened. It was like a scene from a movie. I watched from a distance as Max entered the room. He scanned the area closest to the front windows. My smile faded, and I observed dazedly as he recognized a woman and they crossed to each other. I felt instantly nauseous when they embraced. He hugged her, and then he pulled her back to arm's length and regarded her with a caring, thoughtful expression as he spoke. I could not hear them, but I could definitely tell they knew each other. I stared as they moved and sat down at a small table near the wall. They seemed like it was their intention to sit and talk. I watched them for what must have been a minute or two before I realized it was weird of me to stand there and do that. I blinked, taking in my surroundings before deciding to turn and head for the elevator again. I would go to my room and come up with a plan. I had been excited and nervous to see him, and now all that was left was a stomachache. I got into the elevator, feeling stubborn, like I should just go to Mark's party by myself and not even tell Max that I was in Los Angeles at all. I knew I was just overreacting based on the fact that Max hugged a beautiful young woman, but I was gun-shy. Part of me thought it was a shame to live my life prepared for a letdown, and part of me thought it was the wise thing to do. I breathed deeply and gathered my thoughts as I rode up to my room on the 4th floor. Sure, she was a beautiful woman, and sure, Max hadn't mentioned that he was meeting her at a hotel. But even still, I felt like everything was okay. Maybe I was being naive, but I thought there had to be an explanation. It was a disappointment, however, that my vision of us connecting didn't happen like I thought it would. At that point, I thought the best thing for me to do was to wait in the room until I heard from him. Chapter 20. It was almost an hour later when my phone rang. It was Max, and while I could have gotten to it on the first ring, I waited for the second. Hello?
Hey there, beautiful.
Hey.
What are you doing? I miss you,
he said. I'm just sitting here for a second. What are you doing?
I had to take care of some other stuff for work just now, so I'm just getting to my room.
I thought of the beautiful woman and wondered what she could possibly have to do with his work. I had to decide to not let fear cloud my thinking. I'm close to you, I said.
Thanks. I'm close to you too,
he said with a smile in his voice. I mean physically.
What do you mean physically?
He sounded so suddenly serious that I smiled. I mean, I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, California?
He asked. Yes, the one in California, I said, laughing a little.
When?
Now, I said.
Right now? Like, right this second? Did you say you were in California?
His questions were choppy, and I furrowed my eyebrows, concentrating on what he was saying and waiting for him to finish. I'm in Los Angeles right now, yes, Max. I came here to surprise you.
I am officially surprised,
he said, half holding his breath.
Where are you? Why aren't you standing in my room right now?
I smiled. Because I'm in my room.
Where's your room? Where are you exactly at this very second, Story? Where is your body located right now?
I could tell he was anxious to see me by the words he was saying and the sound of his voice. I pictured how he looked when he was down there in the hotel lobby, dressed sharply in his work clothes. The thought of it made my toes curl. I'm in your hotel, I said, smiling.
My hotel? Patterson Place?
Yes.
Seriously, you're here right now?
Yes. A second of silence.
Don't mess with me.
I'm not, I said, smiling. I'm in a room on the 4th floor.
You're on the... Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Don't move. Do not move, Story. I'm coming to you.
I heard the sound of shuffling. I could tell he was in motion.
I'm coming to you. Stay on the phone with me. Do you promise you're in the same hotel as me?
I promise, I said, still smiling as I walked out of my room and into the hallway. It was a gorgeous hotel with elaborate floral wallpaper. Everything was jewel-toned and vintage-looking, and I felt the surreal sense that I was a queen in a fairy tale. My king was just around the corner, coming from me. I could hear him moving. I stood in front of the elevator doors with my phone to my ear. I heard dinging sounds of the elevator from over the phone, and I bit my lip, waiting for any sign of the door opening.
What room are you in?
He asked the question just as the door opened, and I saw him standing there. Max stepped off of that elevator so quickly that I didn't even have time to think before he took me into his arms. He picked me up with a firm grasp around my hips. My feet were dangling, and I smiled at him from above, feeling shy, like I wanted to get down and bury my head in his chest.
I cannot believe you're here.
He said the phrase slowly, and I just grinned at him and stared into his eyes the whole time. He let out a sigh of relief and let his head rest on my chest. Come on, I said, rubbing the back of his head with my fingertips. Let's go in there. Max let me to my feet, and I tugged him toward my room, which was only a short distance down the hall. As soon as we went inside, Max kicked off his shoes and ran to the king-size bed, jumping onto it, and then rolling onto his back in dramatic fashion. I went there with him, climbing onto the bed and crawling carefully to the spot where my head converged with his. Max's feet were hanging off the bottom, and I was laying sideways on the bed, so our bodies were nowhere near each other's, but I placed my face next to his, resting on my elbows. He turned to face me, smiling and reaching out to touch the hair on my temple.
I feel like I'm dreaming right now. What are you doing here, Story? Did I go to heaven?
I smiled. I wanted to surprise you. He shifted and turned onto his side, propping himself onto his elbow.
You succeeded,
he said.
When did you get here? I love you.
He said he loved me on the phone before, but this was the first time he said it in person. He was so casual and confident that I said, I love you too, Max, without even thinking about it. As I spoke, I adjusted, settling in a little closer to him since he was propped on his side now. I turned to lie on my back and cuddled up a little closer, looking up at him. He leaned down and kissed me right on the lips, breathing a sigh of relief afterward.
Oh my gosh, Story. I'm so happy to see you. You have no idea. My day just got about 1,000 times better. What time did you get here?
He kissed me again, twice, 3 times on the cheek, like he just couldn't resist. This morning, but I knew you'd be working. I had lunch with Mark.
Ugh.
He made a small, breathy sound of discontentment. What?
Nothing. I'm just jealous. I know you don't like him. I'm just mad that he got to see you first.
I smiled and reached out to touch the side of his face. This made him pull me closer, wrapping his arm around me and pulling me near. He buried his face in my neck and breathed me in, smelling me, relishing me. I knew he would be happy to see me, and I could not stop smiling. I'm jealous too, I said, still smiling.
Good,
he said.
That means you like me.
The beautiful woman in the lobby, for instance. He pulled back and his mouth moved into a slow grin as he realized what I was saying.
Did you see me with a beautiful woman?
He asked, smiling, teasing me. My eyebrows drew together and I scowled at him a little. Yes, I said.
Do you know who she was?
He asked. No.
Did you think she was my girlfriend?
My scowl deepened. I scrunched up my face at him. She better not be.
You must not have seen her black eye,
Max said. It only took me a few seconds to figure out who he was talking about. Was she? I hesitated, and he nodded, finishing my sentence.
Ryan's girlfriend? Yes, his ex.
Max wiped his face.
She wanted to thank me for holding Ryan accountable. She's got to lay low right now because a lot of people are giving her a hard time about calling it in.
I'm sorry for saying I was jealous about her. I feel bad now. I'm proud of you. He smiled.
Thank you.
Did you get it all taken care of? I asked. He nodded.
I'm a free man. I no longer have to answer calls from Ryan Willett.
I wrapped my arms around him, holding him closer to me.
I want to come home to this every day after work,
he said.
You laying on my bed.
Okay, I said, nodding and agreeing easily. He touched my face, letting his thumb absent-mindedly trace the curve of my lower lip.
The thing is, I'm serious,
he said. Good, I replied. I'm scared of the dark. I need a roommate anyway.
Okay, I'm not scared of the dark, so it seems like a win-win, but I wouldn't just be your roommate. You'd have to prepare yourself for that.
I think it's the best idea ever, I said, smiling at him as I held him close.
Do you understand that I'm saying I want to marry you?
He was still speaking a little lightheartedly, like he thought we were joking around. Yes, I said. I do realize that.
And that's something you would think about?
He asked. I held him closer, lifting myself upward to stretch and reach his face. Yes, I whispered, my mouth right next to his. Max smiled a little, and then he kissed me. Our lips were relaxed, and they molded together for several long seconds. They stuck together a little when he pulled away. He licked his lips and kissed me again, and this time I felt the warm, soft slickness of them slide against mine. I experienced an urgent, rushing feeling, and I leaned upward, pushing myself toward him and pulling him to me. He kissed me, opening his mouth to me and covering me gently. For several long seconds, we fell into a passionate rhythm where our mouths connected in a warm, wet, pulsing kiss. Just when I felt like my body might actually melt into hot lava, Max pulled away, struggling to catch his breath.
We're going to get in trouble here, Story. We can't be in here like this. I'm not going to be able to.
I know, I whispered. But just know that I want to. He grinned.
What do you want to do?
He asked. What we were just doing, I said. He touched the side of my face, staring at me. I reached up, letting my fingertips touch his hairline, and for several seconds I just laid there, looking at him, quietly feeling thankful.
I missed you too much,
he said.
It seems like a year since I've seen you. 2 years.
I know, I said. Why do you think I had to break down and come here?
And what do you think now that you're here?
He asked.
Are you glad you came?
He knew the answer. I nestled contentedly into his embrace. I love you, Max.
Marry me then.
I already said I would, I said.
Today,
he said. I lifted my head off the bed, and the quick motion combined with my confused expression made him chuckle. His chest shook with it. Yes, I said, looking at him like I was serious and wondering if he was. Is that possible? Can it happen?
Would you do it if it was possible?
Max asked. Yes, I would. He moved quickly and nimbly, like a big cat suddenly pouncing on me. 1 second he was next to me, and the next he was over me, supporting his own weight, hovering over me. I giggled at the surprise of suddenly being trapped underneath him, and he just stared at me.
I am 1,000,000,000% serious right now, Story. I will cancel my flight home tomorrow and drive you to Las Vegas right now.
I bit my lip before giving him a nod. I had no idea how it happened. In a matter of months, I had gone from completely certain I would never marry to completely certain I should do it right that very minute. I regarded Max, hovering over me like my very own wild man. There was no doubt in my mind that marrying this man was the right thing to do. I wanted to do it as quickly as possible. Driving to Vegas and marrying Max was the absolute best thing I could think of doing with my weekend. I'm serious too, Max, I said.
You know I'm going to still live in Portland, and you'll still live in Seattle,
he warned.
It's going to take a little while to get things figured out.
Okay, I said with a nod.
And you still think we should just do it and figure all that out later?
I shrugged. Do you? I asked.
Well, yes, obviously, yes, Story, but you're the one who... You don't have to decide, right?
I want to, I said. Let's do it.
I've given you 2 opportunities to back out already, and you haven't.
He spoke in a warning tone that made me grin. I know, I whispered. I'm not going to back out. I don't want to.
Okay, Story, we're going to get off of this bed, and we're going to get packed and check out of these hotel rooms.
I nodded.
Then we're driving to Vegas,
he said, one last time, challenging me to agree. I nodded again. Thank you, I said.
Thank me for what?
He asked. He leaned down and kissed me.
I'm the one who's getting what I want.
Epilogue. A year later.
Has he ever done this before?
Max's mom stood beside me, looking way more nervous than I was. He has, I said, nodding and smiling as I stared onto the baseball field. He's practiced it a lot lately, knowing this was coming.
Do you think he can do it? She asked.
My smile broadened. I know he can. We were standing near the batter's box at a Seattle Mariners baseball game. We were part of the pre-game festivities, watching Max take part in a charity contest. It was in partnership with Seattle Gives Back, and it would benefit the park. We were in the planning stages with our second location on the north side, and the $1 million that Max was about to win was going to be a game changer for us. It was a wager, if you will. He would stand at home plate and, one at a time, toss up 5 baseballs into the air and hit them, aiming at a trash can that was placed in shallow center field. Several Seattle athletes, including most of the Mariners baseball team, had pledged money to the bet. If Max got even 1 ball out of 5 into the trash can, he would win just over $1 million for our nonprofit. What I knew that almost no one else did was that Seattle Gives Back was going to announce that they would still give us the money even if Max failed. This was why I was not nervous. Max had no idea this was the case, and neither did our families. They were all out here thinking $1 million was actually on the line. I thought about telling him, but I had learned that he worked better under pressure. If he missed, he would only have a few seconds of heartache before we announced it was all okay. It was fun and intense, and I got the pleasure of knowing there would be a happy ending either way. There was a countdown clock that let us know the first pitch of the game would happen in 23 minutes. The stadium was only about a third full, but someone from the staff had just mentioned that it was more crowded than usual for this portion of pregame. There were a lot of people watching Max. The announcer was funny and nice, and he and Max went back and forth for a few minutes before the contest got started. They were being filmed, and close-ups of their faces appeared on the jumbotrons and screens all around the stadium. I took in what they were saying, but it was in a surreal, dazed sort of way. I was already on the edge of tears just from him going out there. But then the guy started talking about Max's contribution to baseball and all the things we were doing with our nonprofit. I had to half listen and keep my mind distracted with other things to keep from crying. Before I knew it, Max took his first swing. My mom was standing on my right, Becky Blair was standing on my left, and I grabbed each of their hands, squeezing tightly. We watched the ball fly through the air in a perfect arc. It seemed to be headed right for the can. We held our breath. But no, it landed a few feet behind the mark. The crowd let out a collective "Aw" at how close it was. Max smiled as a bat boy handed him another ball. Balls 2, 3, and 4 all missed the mark. They were all ridiculously close. Ball 3 even touched the edge of the can. The crowd let out a long, loud groan when that happened. The 4th ball missed by a few feet. Max took the 5th and final ball from the bat boy. He glanced at me and made a hopeful expression. I couldn't bear it. I didn't want him to have this pressure. I regretted not telling him that the money was ours either way. It's fine, I said, shaking my head. I didn't say the words out loud. I mouthed them to my wonderful husband from across the 20 feet of space that separated us. He tilted his head at me a little, not knowing what I was trying to say. My eyes widened, and I tried to over-enunciate when I mouthed the words, "It's fine, don't worry." I added that second phrase, even though I felt like a big dork mouthing the word worry since it made my mouth move weird. Max squinted at me, and I waved him off and made a face like I regretted saying anything. To my horror, Max smiled and motioned for me to come to him.
"Are you calling for your wife?" the announcer asked to the entire stadium. "Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Is he going to let Story take the 5th and final shot at this?"
No, definitely not, I said, laughing as I jogged out to the place where Max was standing. Just moral support, I called to the announcer before I made my way to Max. I vaguely heard the announcer tell the audience about my intention to give Max moral support, and I heard them react like we were cute and sweet, but all I could think about was Max. I hugged him and I whispered in his ear, Don't feel bad if you don't make it. We're getting the money either way.
I know,
He said, speaking near my ear. I pulled back and regarded him with a confused expression, and he smiled and leaned in close to my ear again.
Michael told me yesterday,
He said,
but thank you for coming out here. You're precious. I love you.
I knew I needed to get off the field, so I just gave him a little smile and jogged away to stand between our mothers again. My heart was racing. I couldn't believe I had just done that. I couldn't believe he knew. It made me feel better that he did. I hated the thought of him missing that shot and feeling like he had lost so much.
That was sweet,
Becky said, thinking, like everyone else, I had just gone out there to hug him to wish him luck. I held their hands again as Max tossed the ball into the air and reared back to hit it with the bat. I could hear Max's mom praying, "Lord, help him. Make him like David and Goliath. Please, please, please guide that ball. Please, Lord. Do it, Max. Please, please help him, Lord." It might not have been the most eloquent prayer, but she was saying all the things I was thinking. We watched as the ball flew through the air. You could have heard a pin drop in the stadium. Everyone was silent as the ball left the end of his bat, traveled in a perfect bow through the air, and then dropped directly into the center of the can. Instantly, the whole place went wild. My eyes met Max's. Our jaws dropped, and we screamed at the same time, wearing matching looks of utter amazement. He held the bat in one hand out to the side, and his whole body flexed and tensed up as he roared with excitement, clenching his fists. He might as well have been a lion. I ran out to meet him without hesitation. He lifted me off my feet, jumping with me in his arms. I laughed at the thrill of it all, and because it was the first thing that came to my mind as he set me to my feet, I said, "Gotta be careful for Junior in there." It was noisy and chaotic. Everyone from around the sidelines, our parents and the announcer and crew, came up to congratulate Max and celebrate with us. Everyone was clapping and patting and moving toward us, but Max just stared straight into my eyes with a serious expression.
"Did you just say I need to be careful for Junior in there?"
He asked, speaking intensely and only to me. I nodded and smiled, and then I spoke quickly since I knew he was about to be bombarded. "I found out this morning. I didn't want to give you any added pressure before the contest. I love you. It's true. It's happening. You're going to be a dad. You're awesome. I'm so proud of you. I love you." Max's chest expanded as he took a deep breath, staring at me in about 3 seconds of blissful eye contact, where I saw it sink into him that this was really happening. I could tell how happy he was. I could feel it radiating off of him. He squeezed a handful of my clothing as he moved me to stand next to him before leaning toward the microphone. The timing was all very surreal. The announcer had asked Max for his thoughts, and Max said,
"It's amazing. I feel amazing. I think it's the best day of my whole life." "Wow, that's coming from a man who's had some pretty good days,"
the announcer said, causing the audience to cheer and react.
"I guess it's a good day for you, too, Mrs. Blair," he said, talking to me. "How does it feel that your husband just won $1 million for your nonprofit?"
I smiled as I leaned in to speak into the microphone. "I could not be prouder of him," I said. It was the truth. I would have been extremely proud of him, even if he would have missed that shot. But the fact that he made it, the fact that my man, my baby's daddy, got that tiny little ball to fall into a trash can that was all the way across a baseball field, that was just icing on the cake. Max was right. It certainly did feel like the best day. It was a happily ever after, if I'd ever seen one. This has been the unabridged recording of The Whole Story by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Kate Rudd. Text copyright 2019, Brooke St. James. Production copyright 2021, Brooke St. James. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.